2023 International Axe Throwing Federation Championship in Pickering, Ontario. Before we enjoy today's events, it's important for us to take a moment to recognize our presence on the traditional lands of the Indigenous people, including the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and the Huron-Wendat people. The land is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. As a grateful gesture of support to the people of nations whose land we are on, the IATF has made a $500 donation to the Anishinaabe Nation 7th Generation Charity. To some, we just stand in an axe throwing venue, but this land holds more than a warehouse on top of it. The electricity we have felt from past winners being crowned in these very lanes, to the excitement felt all weekend that we're under the same roof as our friends again. These memories last a lifetime, and this community is what makes this sport so special. We're not just in another warehouse, we're not just throwing some axes on a target. We're in the middle of a new champion's legacy, and this land will tell their story for years to come. We encourage you to engage in Truth and Reconciliations Commission's call to action and support each other while learning what true land back means. From all of us on today's broadcast and the IATF team, we are honored to compete with you again here today. Friends, the time has come. Please welcome your International Axe Throwing Federation Commissioner, Matthew Wilson.
Thanks, Jenna. All right, I just want to go over a couple of quick things before we kick things off today. First off, congratulations not only to everybody who made the 256, but especially the 32 that are going to be competing today. Congratulations on making this far. I hope you all throw well and have some great matches today. A couple quick things to go over. Reminder that we've got scorekeepers in the lanes that are also active referees that will be making some judgment calls on any axes that might be questionable about whether they're a bullseye or a clutch. But there is 2 referees. We've got Wes and Amanda, and they're ready to make a secondary call. So that can be chosen by the scorekeeper. They could ask for a second opinion, or the thrower can ask for a second opinion, all right? But once the referee comes in the striped referee shirts and makes the call, that's the call. The referees are going to use the tools they have, so they might take photos of your clutches to make sure that those photos they can zoom in and really make the right call, but they are not obliged to show you that photo. The referee makes the call. That is the final call. They may also ask you to pull your axe out of the target to get a better look of where the axe broke the plane of the wood. Again, they don't have to do that, but they may ask you to do that to make the best call possible, okay? And so honor the referee's call, and if you're upset about a call, throw better, so you don't need a referee, all right? We are still obviously in the same tournament, but it is a new day, which means that all of the top 32 competing today will have 3 warm-up throws before their first match, and you will have 1 warm-up big axe throw before your first big axe. I want to reiterate that the big axe warm-up will happen, and then you will throw your next throw right away. So you'll throw your warm-up, and then you'll throw your official throw. And that's not an official ITF rule, but it is a rule for this tournament. The reason for that is we want you to throw your best big axe possible when it counts. So you do your warm-up, then you throw for the money, okay? And then we'll alternate. The other player throws their warm-up, and then they throw for the one that counts, all right? So I think that's everything we want to cover. Go ahead on to axescores.com and follow along on the bracket. Please, all of you that are competing today, stay on top of your matches. We don't want to be chasing you. Please find out where you throw next, check the list, make sure that you have an understanding of how much time you've got before you have to throw again. Some of you in B bracket are going to be pretty busy today. So check, be on top of it so we're not chasing you, all right? And that's it. Throw well, everybody. Thank you so much for coming and being a part of it. This is a really special week for us. It's been an amazing week so far. Please be good to your scorekeepers, be good to your referees. They've been busting their ass all week long. So let's have a great day today. Compete, throw well, and let's see who comes out on top. Welcome to ITC, welcome to Wilson Cup 2023.
Good afternoon and welcome. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. We are live from Battle Pickering on Brock Road in Pickering, Ontario, Canada for the International Axe Throwing Championships 2023 Wilson Cup. My name is Tom Black. Beside me here is Jenna Gerhardt.
Hello, Tom.
Thank you all for joining us this afternoon. We are here to watch the final 32 participate and try to win. They're competing. Trying to win the 2023 Wilson Cup and get their name on one of these great banners up here in the halls behind us. Jenna, what are we looking at here today?
An excited crowd. It's been a great weekend. We've had already a lot of upsets from the 4 locations yesterday. We have a really good group coming in today with the top 33 with representation, as far as I believe, from almost every club that's come in here, at least every country that's decided to travel today. So we're very excited to see some former winners still in there, some former winners not in there, but some new blood that we've never seen on day 2 before. So exciting stuff.
Our defending champion, David Sycon, was eliminated yesterday.
He was.
We will have a new champion today. It could be Rander Marquez.
Could be a former champion.
A former champion. He is going to be on one of the matches that's going to be taking place here, coming up here shortly on the live stream here. You'll see Rander. He's still in the tournament. And Strawn Riley is making a reappearance in the tournament as well.
Yep.
He's back in it. So we could have a former champion come back, but we will not have a repeat champion this year. As David Sycon is no longer in the tournament, as we just mentioned. Now, as you mentioned, Jenna, we have competitors from all over the world in this tournament. We've seen great competition throughout. We had multiple tournaments yesterday. This tournament starts with 256 competitors in it. 4 venues, hosted by the Backyard Axe Throwing League in Toronto. They're gracious hosts. They have 4 venues in the Toronto area, here in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. They each hosted a 64-person tournament yesterday to start off the 256, and that gets us down to this 32 here today. We are going to see some great axe throwing. Joining us on the floor, we'll have Mark Davis as well. And Shay Eyrig will be joining us as well, doing some interviews on the floor, getting the feel for the crowd and some of the competitors down there as well. And we will also have Steve Mulvey joining us from time to time to share some stories and some fun things that he's hearing in the crowd also.
We all know Pops has stories.
And today, the champion is going to be walking away with money, but not just the champion. If they've made it here today and are part of the top 32, they are now in the prize money. They have now all won some money. So we're going to bring that up here and show it to you. The top 32 competitors today, which is everybody here, is walking away with some money, and that's great. That's great. That's where we're at in this sport. And as you can see there, first through fourth. First place today is walking home with $12,000. Over $12,000. That's a good amount. And even if you finish fourth, you're still walking away with almost $2,000. This is Canadian dollars, is what we're showing you here. But they will be walking home with a good amount of money here. And you can watch them come up here on the screen as they play their way through. Even 9th through 12th is still getting $360. So their gas is paid for. A little bit of fun and events that they've, I'm sure, indulged in during the week.
Yep. This is just a homecoming fund.
This is the homecoming fund, which is the other party taking place outside. Hello, everybody watching outside. It's great to have you all with us as well. And we are just going to do a quick look here at our sponsors, because without our sponsors, this tournament does not take place. Jenna, take us through the sponsors here.
All right, so our big sponsor this year is Beyond the Pale Brewing Company, based out of Ottawa, Ontario. They've got a lovely clean-cut lager. We've got Elm City Axe Boards, the original Cottonwood Target boards, which we are throwing on. Sandbagger Gin Seltzer, big fan favorite of that one. Woodhouse Brewing, our official sponsor of Day 2 and Homecoming. And Liquid Death, because you need to murder your thirst on a day like today.
It's a warm one in here already. There is a nice cross breeze going, but I'm sure we'll enjoy a couple Liquid Deaths up here on the broadcast as well. And we're going to see lots of the Elm City Axe Boards. All right, we are going to join into our first match here. We're up above the Orange Arena here. We've got Rander Marquez and his opponent, just waiting for it to come up on the screen here, is Frosty. The players are ready to go. They're just getting themselves set here. And they're all set and they're ready to go. They're going to get their first throws in here. We're going to bring up Rander Marquez also known as Kuya. Looks like he's got a 3 there. Jenna, if you want to talk us through the rules here, as Frosty makes his throw.
So we are playing under the Premier rule set. And so for anyone who's new to axe throwing or new to Premier, they need to be 100% in the value for it to count. If any portion of their blade goes outside the ring, it will be awarded the lower value. So they're taking a few practice throws right now. None of these are going to count yet. Every competitor is allowed 3 hatchet practice throws before their first game. And the first time they go to Big Axe, they are allowed 1 practice throw as well, but only for their first Big Axe attempt. Now, competitors here are trying for clutches and bullseyes to warm up. Now, the clutch itself has a lovely little rectangle in the middle of it. Now, competitors, for it to be a Premier clutch, need to break the top and the bottom plane of that rectangle for it to be considered a good clutch.
And their first 2 throws look like they've dialed it in warm up there. A couple of bullseyes to kick us off between Josh Foster. He will be on the left side of your screen there with Rander Marquez on your right side. And we start off with 2 back-to-back bullseyes. And how tough is it, Jenna, to hit these bullseyes when you're trying to get 100% of that paint?
Well, you see competitors that have adapted their throw where their blade is a few inches long, but they're only going to land that top little edge. So they're not putting the whole blade in there. Then they diminish the level of risk so that they're not bleeding over into that red ring. If they throw a little high, they have no chance of hitting a 1 in that case. So at this level at day 2, though, they are dialed in. They know how to hit dead center on these bullseyes.
Well, this match here and the matches until we get down to the semifinals will be best 3 out of 5. And we head to the end of round 1 here. Competitors are tied at 20. They've hit all their bullseyes and they're both going for clutch here now. It looks like Marquez has his. Frosty, Josh Foster was a little bit high on his. And Rander Marquez is going to take the early 1-0 lead. Now, Jenna, these Premier clutches, it's a lot different than the standard clutch where you don't have the white box for one. And it's a lot harder to hit, is it not?
Yeah, this is the level of the sport we've had to get to where just touching paint or breaking the circumference of a little green 2-inch circle has become easy for everyone. And so the IATF had to say, okay, how do we make this harder? How do we make it a challenge again? And adding this lovely 1.75 high rectangle in there has created an extra level of competition. Because you see throwers, and I'm sure that we'll see some today, we definitely saw some yesterday at the home venues, that you get 99% of that little rectangle, but we miss most of it.
Oh my goodness, on these last 2 throws, you can see the level, the skill level required to get these bullseyes. These are 2 top throwers in the sport, and they're only missing by millimeters here, but it just cost them 3s. And it looks like Josh Foster's hit his 3rd in a row. Rander Marquez has dialed it back in. He's back into the bullseye, but we go to the final throw here with Rander Marquez up by 4 points. So a bullseye here would end this round. And it looks like he's put it away. The players are going to have a look. Josh Foster agrees that it's good. And Rander Marquez, Kuya, takes a 2-0 lead here in our first match of the day. Josh Foster, he just had a couple of 3s there in that round that cost him. But he dials it back in and gets back into the bullseye. 5 points on the board again. We'll see if he can keep that rolling. But Jenna, it's so tough here. If you get a 3 with the skill level of these players, you don't think you're getting it back, especially with Rander. But he gave him 1 back, but Josh just couldn't dial it back in.
And we saw his throws, like most of it was in the bullseye, but just that little bit bleeding out the top.
And that's the difference that you see. There won't be any devices here that you've maybe seen on some past broadcasts of our sport. The device to come out and measure the line, it's not needed anymore because it needs to be 100% inside that paint. Touching the paint is fine, as you've said, Jenna, but it cannot bleed out.
You'll see a lot more flashlights than anything else when we're looking at those close calls.
So we go to the final acts of round 3. A chance here for Rander Marquez to take the match. They're going for clutches both. They're tied at 20. They don't need to go for clutch, but they've decided to. Rander Marquez, if he can get this here. Josh Foster looks like he's good. Rander looks like he's good. And we're going to have our first big axe of the day, Jenna.
So now both competitors, given that this is the first match of the day for both of them, they both get one practice throw for Big Axe. And now, as rules that we've implemented for today's event, whoever throws first is going to take their practice and then take their actual throw right afterwards. So they are in the best possible case scenario for their best performance. So Rander's going to go first, take his practice, and then take his actual throw directly after it.
So this one's not going to count. This is just getting himself dialed in here.
He wants it to count, though. It's a pretty nice bullseye.
Now this is, it's sudden death as well, I guess is what we'll say. Because you just got to get the higher point value and you can win. Now we had a match yesterday that went 22 Big Axe rounds. They just kept going.
They didn't want to stop. They were having too much fun.
Rander Marquez's first throw there is a 3. We'll see Josh Foster. That's his warm-up throw.
Just a practice. No one panic.
Let them get their warm-up and then step into keep their rhythm and step into their scoring throw. So now he needs at least a 3 to continue this round and continue this match. Bullseye wins it. And 3, he stays alive, but that gives Rander another chance to put this match to bed. And it's a bullseye from Rander Marquez, so Josh Foster needs a bullseye to continue this match. A 3 is not enough, and Rander Marquez will take it. Ooh, he's potentially leaking on the bottom there. And he calls it a 3 himself, and that's it. Rander Marquez has taken this match. That was a good first match there from Rander Marquez. To get himself going here. And we're going to go down to Mark Davis with our winner there. Oh, he's going to Josh Foster.
My apologies. Mark Davis here with Josh Foster. Currently losing my voice, but hopefully I'll get it back. You're not new to this. You have over 12,000 throws to your name. I was looking at your axe scores. You've been doing this a while. You finally made it to the show. You had some rough misses there, and Rander just didn't take his foot off the gas. How did you feel throwing like your second day in a tournament versus yesterday?
I felt pretty good. I threw a few threes, obviously, but you know, I'll work it out. Big Axe is historically my weak spot, so I felt good with it though. You know, so far so good. Hit that clutch. Should have hit my first one too. So
you were throwing the old standard rule set for a very long time. You're approaching about I think about 1,000 throws in the new Premier rule set. How has that adjustment been for you, and how are you accommodating your throw to adjust for it?
Clutch is tough. You know, I think everyone would argue that clutch is harder, and which we want it to be, obviously, for competitive level. So clutch has been the hardest for me. Bullseyes, you get an errant one here and there, but, you know, for the most part, you dialed in, you're pretty good. Clutches, you know, are, I wouldn't say hit or miss, but it's one of those things where you can do a lot of practice and you can get it good, but sometimes there's always a better person in the lane next to you, so.
I mean, you're still midway through your leagues at Revolution Axe and Urban Axis in Boston. Before I let you go and get yourself ready for the B bracket, anybody you want to shout out, anyone you want to say hi to?
I know everyone at Rev and Urban are watching, so keep it going. Thanks for the support. And Austin's still in it too. I got another Rev thrower, one of my buddies from Rev, so we're here to do good. We're here to go long, so.
Josh Foster, Frosty, thank you for talking with me. I'm going to go get myself a Halls, clearly, but Tom, Jenna, back up to you.
Thanks, Mark. Yes, go take care of that throat. I think we're all feeling it at this point in the tournament. It's been a lot.
Water.
You need water, you need your Halls, you need to keep your throat hydrated. Now, as you heard there, Mark Davis mentioned Josh Foster is not done, Jenna. This is a double elimination tournament. That was an A bracket matchup. So Josh Foster now moves into the B. Explain the bracket to us here, Jenna.
So from yesterday, everyone starts an A bracket. If they've received one loss, they move to B bracket. If they've received 2 losses, they are no longer in the tournament and get to enjoy today's festivities without the pressure of throwing axes. For those that have made it to day 2, half of them in A bracket, half of them have received 1 loss and have moved to B bracket. And so half the competitors we're going to see today are fighting for their life to stay alive. The other half have a little easier time. I don't want to say easier, that's not the right word, but they can take a deep breath where, like in this game, Josh is still in it. We might see him on these lanes again. We've definitely got a few more axes to throw in him today. So we've got 2 brackets ready to go today, and we'll work our way down. We'll take our finalists from the B bracket and bring our A finalists together, and that'll be our grand championship at the end.
Well, we're going to look at our next match here. We're going to bring up the stats here for our next 2 competitors and prepare for this one. Apologies, we're looking at the stats for our last match. Josh Foster and Rander Marquez. Rander Marquez is up on our screen here now. Match is won. He's won 5, so he's 5-0. He's still in the A bracket, as we said. He hasn't had a loss yet, so he's still in good shape there. He can still afford to lose one. He's swept 3 of those matches. As we just saw, he just had one that was a sweep as well. So that's a good stat to keep going. He's going to want to keep that, keep his win streak rolling here and stay fresh. But hitting 69 bullseyes and only 5 threes all tournament, that's pretty good to this point. And
we saw one of them today. So yesterday, only out of the 4 matches he played yesterday, that he won all of them 4 threes. Like that's someone that's intimidating to go up against as a thrower. So.
All right, we're going to go down to the next match here on our lanes here, but as a defending champion, you'd expect, or not defending champion, a former champion, Rander Marquez, that's what you expect to see from him. We're going to go down to the floor for our next match here as we bring up our 2 competitors and see who we've got. We've got Rob A. and Sauce Boss is the name, his throwing name. They will get through their warm-up throws here now as we bring up some of their throwing name, get their actual names for us here. But Sauce Boss, I know he was throwing yesterday at Battle Portland's, the original Battle location, as was Rob A. So these 2 competitors were throwing at the same venue yesterday, at least anyway.
Yep. Now, you saw it in the last matchup. You'll also see it in this matchup. Some players choose to have an axe that they only throw at the bullseye. Other competitors choose to switch to a clutch axe. And so you might see that the clutch axe is a larger blade. They always try to get it to be as close to the maximum blade length as possible, so you have a better chance of breaking that 1.75 rectangle.
And Sauce Boss with a little bit of over-rotation there on his first throw, but he sticks it into the bullseye dead center still. Rob A was a bit high, but he pulled it just enough paint. Stayed out of that 3 zone. He gets a bullseye as well. It looks like Rob A is good. The Sauce Boss, Austin Campbell, in the blue shirt on the right side of your screen. Robert Alex, also known as Rob A, is his throwing name, is on the left side of your screen. He's from Urban Axes. Austin Campbell from True North Axe Throwing.
The Sauce Boss.
The Sauce Boss. I feel like that has something to do with his last name, being Austin Campbell.
We'll find out.
They've called it a 3, so Rob A is going to take a 2-point lead here in round number 1. This is a best 3 out of 5. Third axe. And Austin Sauce Boss is high again. Rob A is dialed in at the moment as he now takes a 4-point lead. I believe this is a B bracket match, so the loser of this will be done, Jen.
Unfortunately. But only this year, and we've seen it before where B bracket losers of this tournament come back next year with an even bigger fire.
But that's the great thing about this tournament. It is double elimination. You got to lose twice. So losing once isn't a big deal. It just means you've got a bit of a longer road to get to the final. As Rob A sets himself in a good position here, he's up 1-0 in this best of 5 series. We're going to have a look at Sauce Boss's first throw in the second round here. Rob A says it's good, and that's part of the sportsmanship of this that we love to see in axe throwing, Jenna, where you give the competitors the opportunity to have a look at their opponent's axe, and they can decide if it's good or not first, before you bring in the scorekeepers.
Well, especially something that close. You always want to show that level of sportsmanship to your competitor and just also give them peace of mind that you both acknowledge what the value is.
We want to make sure we get the score right, and that's the first place to start, is between the competitors, because they know, they're dialed in, they're throwing. And we go to the 5th and final axe of round number 2. We're going to have a look at Austin Campbell's here as Rob A heads across. Oh, and they're calling for the referee. It's too tight to tell. And it's called good. That's a bullseye. So on the 5th and final axe, Rob A has a 2-point lead here. He hits his bullseye, I believe. And Austin Sauce Boss says it's high. He tried to go for clutch. He didn't need to there. He could have waited for Rob A to throw and see if he even needed the 7 points. He just assumed that Rob A was going to hit his bullseye there, so he automatically went for clutch, which is it's a choice you can make. But
it's kind of a compliment
it's a bit of a
too,
risk.
where knowing like, hey, I believe in you. I'm gonna expect that 5. I'm already going up for clutch.
If he was only down by 2 there, he could have a 3, which Rob hit there. He only needed the bullseye at a time. They could have gone to big axe. Instead, we go to round number 3. It's a 2-0 lead for Rob A from Urban Axes. Facing Sauce Boss from True North Axe Throwing. And we head to the 5th and final axe. Rob A with an opportunity to end this match. He's up by 2. And again, bullseye from Rob A. And Austin Campbell took the risk again, threw first, but this time he gets his clutch and will go to big axe to decide round number 3. He loves the risk, Jenna.
Keeps the sport exciting. So both competitors in this case, again, first match of the day, will both receive their first practice throw. So Austin's going to go first, take his first throw, and his second one will be counted.
And Austin Campbell finds himself here in a must-win situation. If he wants to continue in this tournament, he needs to stay alive in this match. And it starts here in big axe of round number 3. Trying to pull it back to a 2-1 match. He calls a bullseye there. Our referee will come in and have a look. And it's good, so he's got a bullseye. Robert Alex will throw next. He gets his warm-up throw. And then he will throw for points. He's going to be looking for that exact throw here coming up next. Sauce Boss forgot that it was a warm-up. He thought he was going to have to throw again, but he may yet. Now this one counts for real. Robert Allen. And he's high, so Sauce Boss stays in this one and pulls it back to 2-1, keeping his tournament hopes alive.
And this is one of the best things about axe throwing is he's disappointed. Not that he won that round, but that he didn't get to throw for a big axe clutch with his competitor.
And don't get it wrong, these folks, everybody throwing in this tournament is highly competitive, but they just, as you're saying, it's the part about the sport that we all love is everybody, a lot of ELE, everybody loves everybody. We want to see everybody succeed, even if it's at your own expense, oddly enough.
And especially at an event like this, you want to throw against the best. You want to be faced with the best.
And double bullseyes again there. So we're 3 axes into round number 4, 2 axes remaining. And we're all square at 15. Double bulls again, so 5th and final axe. Again, Rob A with an opportunity to continue in the tournament. Austin Campbell, Sauce Boss. Goes for clutch and misses, so a chance here. Oh, Rob A is just high. Old clutch, that's good, but premier clutches, which we've had for the last couple years, it's no good. We'll go back to big axe. Now, this time, second time through, they don't get a warm-up throw, so this first throw will be counting for points. Rob A. to lead us off. It was a 3 from Rob A. And Austin Campbell says his is a 3 as well. So we go to the second round of Big Axe to decide round 4. Rob A. Right down the middle, 5 points. So bullseye is required here from Austin Campbell to continue this match. And it looks like he's a little high, and that's going to do it. Rob A from Urban Axes is moving on. And a valiant effort from Austin Campbell from True North Axe Throwing, but that brings an end to his tournament. He goes home with a little bit of money. We're going to go down to Mark Davis and hear his thoughts on his performance in this tournament.
I'm here with Austin Campbell. That was a very unique game. You went up to go clutch in situations where normally people would wait to see if their opponent hits their bullseye or not. You were just going up for it no matter what and throwing so fast. Is that your constant strategy, and is that just a mental thing or something that you feel helps your performance?
It's kind of a bit of everything. It's kind of like, on one hand, like at this level, like let's be honest, the opponent's not going to hit a 3. Like I'm going to need a clutch anyways. So that way I can just throw it. It really doesn't matter what he gets. If I hit it, it's because of me, like either win the round or Big Axe. Kind of just how it takes that pressure off instead of like, oh shit, like I need that clutch now to do it. It's just kind of that, it's up to me to put the pressure on him, because if I hit the clutch, now it's him to not bleed out.
Now, you traveled a long ways to get here. You went through day 1. You're here now. Coming into this weekend, was this what you expected, being on TV right now and me holding a microphone in your face?
I mean, that was always the goal. Like last year I finished kind of 49th, and I was still like extremely new to the sport that year. This year, like I was hoping to get here. I was putting in the work. I was doing like 100 Big Axe throws a day, 3 round 1 practices on top of that. So like I was just really grinding for it. After I won regional, I was like, okay, this is my year. I can make it. I can make the run. So I've gone, honestly though, end of the day, there's so many amazing throwers here this year. I'm just honored to make day 2.
You came here in the money. You are still here in the money. What are you spending it on?
Honestly, for me, it was never about the money. I'm here for the sport, the community. And I'm being honest, this money here, I'm going to somehow give back my community back home, the ones who sent me here, made me who I am, the thrower I am. Just, I love them so much. This one's for you guys. Like, I'm sure you guys all do a round of drinks when I get back.
A noble cause. Great throwing today. Tom, Jenna, back up to you.
Thanks, Mark. We appreciate that. And Austin Campbell, what a great performance. We saw him play yesterday at Battle Portland's. He had some tough matches to get to here today, and he performed very well in this tournament. He made it to the final 32, and a great job by him.
And a true testament to the sport and this sense of community. You ask him what he's spending the prize money on, and most people would be like, oh, I'm going to maybe buy some drinks today, or oh, I'm going to take myself out for dinner, or whatever. And he wants to give it back to those that brought him here and the reason why he's in this sport.
And we're going to bring up the stats for Rob A, but there's something unique in that interview that I saw that I might have to talk to Mr. Campbell after. He was eating a whole banana there, so peel and everything. So I got to find out what that flavor profile is like and see if it's something I should be doing. If he knows some secret I don't.
Oh,
that was pretty unique. But a great job by Austin Campbell. But we take a look at our winner here. Robert Alex, he has his 1 loss. That was a B bracket match. He continues on in the B bracket. He's won 8 matches now. You have to play more when you're in the B bracket. More matches to be played because you're trying to stay in it. He has swept 4 of those matches, so he's doing pretty well. He can continue on in this tournament, and we look to see him compete all the way back through. He has hit 176 bullseyes to this point in the tournament. He's going to need those if he's going to keep going. He's got a lot of throwing ahead.
And now you'll see when we bring up stats for those in B bracket and then we bring up stats for those in A bracket, you'll see that difference in numbers for how many throws they've had, how many bullseyes, threes, all of that. Because again, like you said earlier, they're throwing more games. And so doesn't mean that they're better or worse than the other competitors. Everyone's throwing a vastly different amount of axes today to stay alive.
All right, we're going to go down to our next match. And Jenna, we've got Rob A. He's coming back. We're watching a B bracket match here. So we're heading down to the floor here, and we'll find out who his opponent is here. Up on the screen, it's telling me Jedi. So we'll find out Jedi's full name here. He's from Battle Yorkdale is the T-shirt that he is wearing at the moment, which is an old Battle venue. As the players, you'll watch them go through their warm-up throws here. Or no, no more warm-ups. They don't have warm-ups anymore.
No more
this
warm-ups.
is directly into it. They're starting off hot with 2 bullseyes. And again, double bullseyes from both competitors. And we go to axe number 4. Jedi and Rob A tied. Now at 20. And they're going to go for clutches on their 5th and final throw. Jed Paul, De La Reyes, and Robert Alex. Jed Paul is on your left side of the screen. Rob A is on your right. Both clutches are hit. They're going to go for big axe here to decide round number 1. I apologize, they missed both clutches there.
Well, they did hit them, but they
the
weren't
old
premier.
style. That's my mistake. I've been calling a lot of matches this week, and a few of those tournaments were standard. I still have standard on the brain. And Jedi calls it a 3. So Robert A can take a 1-0 lead in this best 3 out of 5 with a bullseye here. Ooh, but he's high, so it stays. In Jedi's favor as he gets another opportunity here. Oh, and he gives it back with a 3. So another chance for Rob A to take the lead in the match. And he tucks it in for 5. And Rob A takes round number 1 and a 1-0 lead in this best 3 out of 5. Couple of threes thrown by both players there, Jenna, but they pulled it back. Well, Rob A was able to at least.
Hey, they went to big axe. Let's not count out Jed just yet. He's got the force on his side.
Bullseye there from Rob A. And from Jedi, and they do it again. And stay tied here, axe number 3 of round 2. Now, Jenna, going back and forth from big axe to the standard hatchet, it takes a bit of an adjustment. But these two players have dialed it back in here and staying perfect through 3 throws of round number 2.
And you'll see people, when they go to big axe as well, to account for that change in weight, handle length, and everything, they try to keep their hatchet throw as similar to their big axe throw as possible. So when you swap back and forth, it's not as jarring of a change.
And we go to the final axe, tied at 20. Both players have called clutch. Rob A is wide. And Jedi is wide. Both players missed their clutches, so we're going to go back to big axe to decide round 2. Now, how much difference is there between the big axe and the standard hatchet, Jenna?
So the average hatchet ranges between 1.25 and 1.75 pounds, and your big axe ranges from 2.25 to 2.75. So you're looking at a pound difference on average.
And then the handle length on top of that. And
yeah.
Rob-A.
You got to throw it from farther back. It has to be a bigger axe.
Rob-A tucks it in just down the left side of that bullseye. Gets his 5 points, so Jedi needs a bullseye here. It looks like he's got it. Our ref is giving the thumbs up, and it's tied. Now, both players are calling clutch here. They could, Jedi, old rules, Jedi could have gone for clutch and tried to win this round right then and there. New rules, you have to unlock the clutch. How do you do that, Jenna?
So both players have to bull in. It's what everybody's going for here. So once both players unlock their bullseye, they're aiming at these little guys now.
And Rob-A just missed. He gives it the thumbs down. So a clutch here from Jedi.
Now again, part of the sport camaraderie is they've both agreed to go clutches. Jed doesn't have to, but they both agreed to do so.
Let's see what he can do here. Ooh, just low. And Jed Paul Del Reyes.
Now they've unlocked clutches. They're going to try it again. They don't have to go back down to bullseyes. It's not one bullseye per one clutch. They could stay up there all day if they so choose.
And you'll see that happen. They'll go back and forth a little bit sometimes, and then eventually they'll just say, ooh, and Rob-A misses. Let's go back to the board. Let's go for points. But we'll see what happens here. Jed Paul, also known as Jedi. Just wide as well.
Now, on average, most throwers will do 3, maybe 4 clutch attempts, and if they've missed all 4, depending on how close they are and how they're feeling, they'll decide to go back down as like a way to almost reset, to recalibrate, bull in again, and then go back up for clutches. But we're not there yet.
They still want to go up top, so Rob-A throws, and he's up and wide. One more try here for Jedi. Mixing up our opponents' names, combining here now. Jedi.
Just the wrong vowel, that's all you had.
Oh, and he's low and outside. The players will look at each other and they're going to decide what they're going to do here. And Jedi has convinced Rob-A to continue for clutches here. You see a little bit of chatter back and forth. Oh, and he's high. All right, Jedi, you wanted it. You got to go get it here now. We're in round number 2. Ooh, it looks like he might have got it. That view there that we have, I'm saying it's good. You've given it the thumbs up, Jenna.
Oh, it's definitely good.
And our referee says it's good, so Jedi takes round number 2. And ties the match at 1 in this best 3 out of 5 B bracket matchup. You got to win to stay in. And both players have won so far. On the road to 3. Oh, Jedi a little low there. Rob-A was right down the pipe. 5-3, 2-point lead here for Rob-A. Axe number 2 of round 3. And there it is from Jedi back down the middle, and he ties Rob-A's throw, matches Rob-A's throw there, but still finds himself down 2. Rob-A looking to take the 2-1 lead with this 2-point lead. Oh, and now it's going to be 4. Jedi's a little low, and Rob-A stays. He's found his groove in the middle there, Jenna. And another one from Rob-A. And Jedi dials it back in, but now he's down by 4. This is a tough spot. You're hoping for a drop at this point, but I don't think he's going to get it based on what we've just seen from Rob-A. And he's not, and that's going to do it. That's an out-of-reach situation. He's too far behind.
Yeah, so in this case, Jed knows that he can't throw. He's down by at least 8 or more points. They swap sides, and we just keep going.
And Rob-A has found that dead center bullseye, and he's sticking to it. 2-1 lead here in the match. Jedi has found the bullseye himself now again as he looks to pull this one back to square. Jed Paul, Robert Alex. Go to the final acts. Apologies, we're only on 4th acts. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm excited, Jenna. I want to see more big acts.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure there will be no shortage of that today.
There's our double bullseyes. Nope, our double threes. I apologize. It's early.
We just expect so much from these throwers, I know.
You think they're going to get it the way they were throwing there, but now we're going to go clutches on the final acts to decide round number 4 potentially. Ooh. Jedi is wide. Rob A. We're going to have another look. He's giving it a thumbs up. Our scorekeeper referee gives it a thumbs up, and that's going to do it. Rob A. continues on in the B bracket, and Jed Paul de los Reyes' journey has come to an end.
Still a Padawan, not yet a master.
But not yet a master. His throwing name is Jedi. We're going to go down to Mark. Mark is going to speak.
I'm here with Jed Paul de los Reyes. I'm shocked we can fit your name on the screen, actually. This is a special moment for me. We throw in league together. You're familiar with this venue. You've thrown leagues out of this venue, but not so much in these lanes. But did that help you prepare for your games today? And did you feel at home while you were throwing?
I definitely did. It was definitely better yesterday when I was throwing in black because that's my home league. A little bit harder in the orange, but I think, sometimes you throw better, you throw really well on like the day, and then the next day, it changes. So you can never really recreate it. So it's still fun, though.
It's definitely a different experience when you start a tournament on Saturday and then wake up still in a tournament on Sunday. When you were practicing, did things feel any different or the same, or were you just taking it throw by throw?
I think it was just, it was definitely a little bit different. I mean, it probably didn't help that I went for Chinese food at like 1 in the morning. But you know what? The best way to do it is just have fun with it and take it every throw.
I ask this sometimes to throwers that I interview. I know what the answer is going to be, but while I have you on YouTube and streaming live right now, who do you want to shout out?
Well, I want to shout out to my beautiful wife, Patricia. Hey, Patricia. I love you. She's my rock. She's my biggest supporter, so I'm happy to have her cheering for me all the time.
Well, you got some money to take her out for dinner later, man. Best of luck. Good job today, man. We're all proud of you. Goon Squad represent. Tom, Jenna, back up to you.
Thank you, Mark, and that's Jed Paul from Battle in Vaughan, Ontario, Canada.
Just down the road, not too far.
He had another great performance here by Jed Paul. He played some tough matches. He was in one there again. He had opportunities within that one to continue on, but great guy. This tournament comes to an end, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And we're going to take a look here at Rob A's stats yet again as he continues on in the A bracket. He continues on in the tournament.
He's in the tournament, but he's in B bracket.
He's in the B bracket. He's got another win on his belt there.
Not a sweep.
Wins. Not a sweep that time. But his score per axe is a 4.6. That's significant. That's a
lot of bullseyes still.
He's hitting his bullseyes, as we're going to see on the next slide here. And we saw earlier, he's hit 192 and only 15 threes. We saw a couple threes there in that match, but he was okay.
But we added another clutch.
We got another clutch. We had 2 before. We were up to 3. I'm sure he's going to have to hit a few more of those today before his journey is done.
Oh, yeah.
So, Jenna, let's talk about the boards here today. We've got Elm City Axe Boards is sponsoring our wood here today. They've supplied all of the cottonwood for the tournament. Can you tell us a little bit about cottonwood? What makes it so great?
I can, Tom. I know way too many things about cottonwood. So if you've been throwing for a while, we used to throw on pine. Some people throw on poplar. You throw on a light wood. Cottonwood is a scrap wood. A lot of places don't want it. You don't want to use it. It holds on a lot of water. It changes in weight drastically. It can go bone dry, or it can triple in weight sometimes. You can go from being able to pick it up with one hand to struggling to carry it with two. So today you'll see between matches, maybe on the stream, maybe at your home venue if you throw on Cottonwood, those boards getting doused. Now, they can hold a lot of water retention, and the type of wood they are has a lot of fibers in them. That is going to interlock them. So when you throw your axe, and even with a light throw, it's going to really hold on. You have almost no risk of dropping an axe or it sliding out, falling out, even with people going up and looking at it, putting a card on top of it to make sure that it's within that paint line. Now, Cottonwood, because of that moisture content, all these boards have to be drawn and the targets built the night prior. So bullseyes need to be dry, the clutches need to be dry, everything needs to be pristine and ready to go. So when you add water day of, you are good to go.
And everybody likes the soft boards.
Oh my goodness. When we introduced Cottonwood to the IATC last year, everyone, to say they were happy is an understatement, I think. You had a bunch of people, maybe for their first time throwing on Cottonwood, and realized how different it is. It's a lot quieter, so if you have neighbors at your home venue, you're not making as much of a racket with them, with axes being thrown against the wall. They last significantly longer. So you might not see a board change today, or we might not see one until finals, so throwers and competitors have the freshest and best boards for them to throw on.
Well, we want to thank Elm City Axe Boards for supplying all the wood here, and thank you for that information. That's detailed information. I didn't know anything about, to that extent, about axe boards. I mean, you're throwing on them, you know they're soft, they're hard, you get some knots here and there, but that's great information, Jenna.
Barely
we appreciate it. We appreciate Elm City for supplying all the wood for the tournaments throughout the weekend and throughout the week. They supplied them all for all of our tournaments taking place, and it's great wood, and I know the competitors love it, as you mentioned. And we're going to take a look here at the rest of our sponsors as well. Jenna, tell us about who else is helping us out here. I know we've gone through them once already, but we want to make sure that we're thanking our sponsors. We really appreciate their help. This tournament doesn't happen year after year without the great support of our sponsors.
So Elm City being probably the most prominent, given how many targets are in the venue. Beyond the Pale Brewing Company, based in Ottawa, Ontario, became a new member of the IATF sponsor this year. Elm City Axe Boards, as we have said, nothing but phenomenal things about them. Sandbagger Gin Seltzer, you can find it in the LCBO. If you need a drink for prom tomorrow, go grab one. Woodhouse Brewing, based out of Toronto here as well. And Liquid Death.
Liquid Death, always supplying us with some great water. They have the sparkling water, which I don't mind.
Apparently in the States they have so many more flavors, but in Canada, like all other things, it's really hard to get the fun flavors up here. So Liquid Death, as a sponsor of the IATC, both Tom and I would love the peach iced tea to make its way north of the border.
Yeah, if you want to send it our way, I wouldn't. Peach iced tea sounds just about great right now.
Delicious, yeah.
They've got the sparkling options there as well, and we've been drinking some of the nice standard flat water as everyone
I don't mind
likes,
a still water.
The taste is good and crisp. Keeps us moist here. And we're going to go down to the floor here, down to Shay. Shay is with Rander Marquez, one of our competitors today, a former champion in the match we saw earlier. Let's go down to Shay, and Shay is with Rander.
Marquez, and we are just going to talk about your experience at IATCs throughout the year. What year has been your favorite here, and what made that experience special to you?
Obviously, the 2021 where I won was my favorite one, you know. Besides you guys setting up that awesome stage, not just the competitors, but who also were spectating. They had a great time with it. I believe that everybody, that was their favorite. Yeah. That's my favorite too, yeah.
So this is only my second year spectating at IATCs, but as a spectator, I love the energy that all the spectators bring and all the energy and enthusiasm that the throwers themselves bring. since you have competed in the majority of the tournaments, what about the spectators helps you become a better thrower and more excited about what you're doing?
Personally, as a thrower, I love the pressure. You know, pressure makes diamonds. The more people, the better. The more, you know, they kind of want to trash talk me. I'm very into that, so you know that gives me powers. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Good luck today.
Shea Eyrig, thank you for the interview there with Rander Marquez. And Rander, a former champion, he's going to be continuing on through the A bracket. I'm sure we'll see him at some point later today. He's going to want us to see him again. Now, Jenna, there are a lot of matches happening throughout this building. There's 7 arenas in use right now. There's matches being played all around us as we move our way through the A and B bracket.
Now, for the viewers at home, we are broadcasting on the Orange Arena on the right-hand side. Our booth is right on top of it.
You can see the Aussies across from us there. They're having some fun over there.
And we will, given the way that this tournament is formatted, try to be as fair as possible with where people are throwing, how it's configured. We'll start to bring people off the other arenas that aren't on camera and slowly bring our finalists over to the Orange Arena so you can watch those games. We will have repeat throwers on these arenas up until that point, so you'll see some familiar faces. You will see new faces you haven't seen in the tournament just yet, and then we'll get down to our finals into the action.
It's great energy in the building, as Rander was mentioning there. A lot of great energy in the building, and you can hear the noise coming through from all the other arenas. There's excitement happening all around us, and it's great to see. We're almost ready for another match here. This will be another B bracket match, and our good friend Rob A is joining us yet again. Rob Alex, and we're going to go down to the floor, and we'll see who his opponent here. It's That One Guy is his nickname. That One Guy, who just finished a match on the far side. Another B bracket match here between Simon Arsenault and Robert Alex. And they start us off, as we expect, a couple of bullseyes here as we're getting deep into the tournament now.
Now, most competitors, depending on your style and how well you do, if you find you cool down a little too much between matches, a lot of people thrive in B bracket. And so you'll have people in this case. Simon was just on the left side of Orange and just took 2 steps over and is throwing on the right side now. So he's playing back-to-back games. Rob had a few minutes of a break in there. Simon is just right back into it.
And that's what you get with the B bracket. You're playing a lot. And you're playing back to back to back. It's the tougher side, but you need to just win. Just win and keep going. So on the final throw here, Rob A put that one out of reach. So we're going to go to the the second round in this best 3 out of 5 with Rob A taking a 1-0 lead. He is on the left side of your screen. Simon Arsenault is on the right. What do we have here? Looks like double bullseyes again. We get the thumbs up. Couple of threes in the first round from That One Guy, Simon Arsenault. Allowed Rob A to take the first one by a significant margin there. But both throwers hitting a couple threes here in round number 2. So Simon has some opportunity. Thumbs up there. The axe gets up on the angle there, so it helps when you try to get that top point in, because then at least you're keeping the bottom out of the board, because it's only what's on the surface level that counts, right, Jenna?
Exactly. It's like you've done this before, Tom.
Once or twice. But I'm nowhere near the skill level of these players.
Oh, no, that's why we're on the broadcast.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, for sure. And Rob A hits his clutch to take a 2-0 lead here over Simon Arsenault into round number 3. But Rob A starts off with a 3, and it's a 2-point lead for Simon Arsenault, but he may have just given it right back. And he does. It's a 3, so we're all tied 8 apiece. Axe number 3 of round number 3. 2-0 lead for Rob A. Double bullseyes, they're dialed back in. Bullseyes again, 5th and final axe. Oh, we're having a second look at Simon Arsenault. I got excited. He says maybe a 3. We're going to have the scorekeeper have a look, our referee.
This is where things get a little tricky too, because even though we're still landing on that angle, we're toe in from the blade, we don't know. It could always bleed over. It could be something so small. A lot of these throwers have a millimeter, maybe 2 millimeters into that 3, and you have to call it a 3.
It can be a hairline, and it's not going to count. You see our scorekeeper there bring out a card to even use as a tool to look and make sure. We want to make sure we're getting these calls right. So 5th and final axe. Clutch hit by Simon Arsenault. And that pulls it back to a 2-1 match. Rob A still in the lead, up 2-1. But Simon Arsenault stays in it, keeping his tournament dreams alive. Into round number 4. It is a best 3 out of 5. We will see 4 out of 7s later today, but for the time being, we will watch 3 out of 5s. And Simon Arsenault needs 1 more to get it back to even. Rob A needs 1 more, and he moves on in the tournament. Double bulls. We go to the 4th axe of round number 4. All tied at 15. Bulls again. 5th and final axe. What are they going to do here, Jenna? Clutches or bulls?
Oh, we're going clutch.
And there's the sportsman axe thrower's handshake. Clinking of the axes. Clutches have been agreed upon. Let's see what they've got. Rob A looks like he's good. And he gets the thumbs up from Simon Arsenault. Rob A has won another one. He's moving on, which unfortunately means the end for our competitor out of Rage Axe Throwing in Montreal, Simon Arsenault. That one guy. We're going to take it down to Shay, who's going to speak with Simon and get his thoughts on the match and on the tournament. He needs a towel. He's wiping his face here a little bit, but we'll go down to Shay here right now.
Thank you, Tom. Here I am with that one guy. I'm interested to hear how you came up with your axe throwing name.
Well, it comes from Scott Pilgrim and Versus the World. There's just one scene where one of the main characters says, "Watch out, it's that one guy." So it's like, I like that, I want that. So I want to be like just known as that one guy, just the guy that he's here, he's at the IATC, he's throwing, it's just that one guy.
I really like that reasoning behind your name. It looks like you've been throwing since 2019. How has your game changed since then, other than switching to Premier?
Immensely. Like my first season, my average was 35, and I was in standard. So, like, I also want to that's part of that one guy. It's just like I started with an average of 35, and I made it here, like to the IATC, like 4 years later. So I feel like anyone can make it here. So like it's just not just anybody can be that one guy, you know, or that one girl, of course.
Thank you for representing the women, but I love that reasoning, and that's just absolutely amazing. Congratulations on making it this far. Is there anyone back home that you would like to say hello to?
Well, I would say to my girlfriend Narine, I love you more. And just call out to the Rage crew. Let's go. Rage Montreal. If you're in Montreal, come throw with us. And yeah, all my friends and family, thank you for watching. Really appreciate it.
Well, congratulations on making it this far. And now let's go have some fun.
Oh, yeah. Now I'm out, so I'm just going to enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shay. And thank you, Simon, for joining us. Great tournament on his part. Great performance from him. Unfortunately, his road has come to an end. Simon Arsenault from Rage Axe Throwing in Montreal. We are joined in the booth here now by Steve Melvey.
The one and only. Here I am. So excited.
You've been down on the floor talking with the people, your people, seeing what's going on down there. Tell us a bit about what's happening down on the floor and what you're seeing in the crowd.
Got some terrific energy down there. We have International Axe Throwing Federation. And today we're international. We've got Australia going crazy over here. We've got a contingency from England who they're not playing right now, but they're so excited to be here. And post-pandemic, forget the pandemic, man, we're traveling. Everybody's here. It's so exciting. Great matches. A lot of energy, man. This is very cool. So excited to be here.
And what are we seeing? You've been wandering around the space and seeing some of the matches that we have, and how have they been going around the building here?
These are all very close matches. You'll come down to 1 or 2 throws that'll send a match one way or the other. I've seen a couple of 81s thrown. Yeah, Strawn Riley threw an 81 against my buddy Joey the Hat, which I will forgive him, but that's okay. And but there's a lot of excitement, a lot of very good matches that you can't see because, again, we've got the focus right here. But terrific throwing. It's absolutely stunning, the level of proficiency that these guys have come with. It's terrific.
The skill level in this tournament and in this sport at this point is the reason I'm in the booth and Jenna's in the booth. We can't compete anymore.
Look at where I am. I'm here too, guys. I'm with you.
You were in the tournament, though, Steve. How did your day go yesterday?
Oh, look at that. Rander. I think Rander just missed. We got another good. Oh, I love these clutches. I had a great tournament. I think I went 3-2. Won my first match, which is my biggest challenge.
Yes.
And then just ran into a couple of buzzsaws, and that's how it works. But a lot of fun. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be here in day 2. Usually I have to head home for work or this and that, but happy to be able to stay here and see this spectacle because it's a spectacle. It's cool.
Well, we were looking forward to seeing you throws, and we're sad that you're not on day 2, but we're happy to have you in the booth, and we are happy you're able to join us up here.
I'm thrilled. My good buddy Sheep Toast, I think, is still throwing.
He's still going.
And I'm very pleased that he hasn't been in one match that's been here yet.
No, we like to change it up because last year we let it be the Sheep Toast show.
Yes.
This year we want it to be the Rabe show.
I like that. I like it.
We are getting prepared for another match. Steve, you can join us up here if you like for this match. If you want to hang out with us for a little bit.
With you. Sure.
We'll get prepared for this one. But Steve, tell us a little bit about where you're coming up from. If you've had to do a bit of traveling for this tournament.
I do a bit. I come up from the New Jersey, Philadelphia area, so it's about an 8-hour drive. It's a drive that I would much rather drive than fly.
For sure.
It just gives me that much more flexibility. I can throw as many axes in the trunk as I want. And I have my lovely wife in the passenger seat keeping me company. She is not here today. I do not expect that of her anymore. She's paid her dues with me and both of my sons as throwers, so she's seen enough of that. So she's off enjoying Toronto, the city, and I'm here. But yeah, I've been doing this a long time.
And you're with Choppers Hatchet.
I'm now with Choppers. I am a orphaned Urban Axes Philadelphia thrower.
Very good.
But Choppers is in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. They've adopted a lot of us, and we're very happy for that. But yeah, I'm a Choppers guy.
Yeah, so we can speak to that a little bit as well, because Urban Axes, they have many venues throughout the United States.
They do.
One was in Philadelphia. Our former champion, David Sykon from last year, he was an Urban Philadelphia thrower as well, and champion, first non-battle, non-Canadian champion. He threw out of Philadelphia. Has he joined you over at Choppers as well?
He does throw IATF at Choppers. So, yeah, we'll adopt him, too.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Mike Kump, we try to, but he's too elusive.
Yeah.
He's here one place and gone the next, so we'll keep trying. Look at this.
And
Look at this.
See the
what you're hearing now is our
contingent.
Australians. They have more energy, collective energy, than I've seen in a long time.
And we love to see it.
Oh, gosh, that's why we're here.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. And it's great that they've been able to come up, and we have a good contingent coming over from Europe this year as well.
From England. I'll be going over there, by the way, in August for the UK Open.
Excellent,
so,
excellent. Yeah, that's
so
a
there
good
will
tournament
be there will be U.S. representation. Maybe not strong, but we'll be there nonetheless.
There'll be some. It's great that we're able to travel again and able to bring everybody in and enjoy their friendship, enjoy their energy in the crowd, and enjoy their axe throwing. It's great to see.
Again, it's been a rough couple of years, so it's nice to see us all back together and all smiling and. Almost back to normal, but yeah, we're getting there. Look at Rander.
And Rander Marquez, it looks like, as we've seen a little bit of the match here on the far side, Randall Marquez has hit his bullseye, and I believe that's going to knock out one of our
Look at that.
UK throwers.
That is a past champion who just got shown the door.
No, I believe
Or did he win?
Rander's okay. Rander hit his...
Oh, he did win. Look at that. See, it's hard to see sometimes.
We're looking on the far side.
Now, both throwers were in A bracket, so Rander stays alive in A, and his opponent only in B bracket. They're both still in this tournament.
Yeah. They're still in. They're just not going to continue in the A.
Yeah, so that was an A bracket, so loser there just gets knocked down to the B. His day's not done.
Yep. You got to lose two. You got to lose two. If you don't, losing one, you just got to reset yourself and keep going. So we're going to take another match on our side here. It looks like we're ready for one. We'll bring up some stats and get you some information on who we've got. We got Axe James, and Nipples is the nickname here.
You gotta love it.
Alex Mitchell and Vale Cook are our two throwers. You can see their stats there on the screen. 4.4 average score for Alex, 4.6 for Vale. They've hit 50% clutches for Vale. Alex is a little less there, but doing all right. A lot of big axe swings there as well for Vale Cook, so this would be a pretty good match.
Again, Alex, young lady out of Baltimore, Urban Axes Baltimore. I think the only young lady in the field today.
The only competitor, the only female to make it to day two. And last year, I think we had at least four or five. Yeah.
And both urban throwers, from what I'm seeing on the screen there, both urban throwers. So this is urban against urban.
Love it. Love it.
Little home
it's always
venue
fun to
match.
travel a long distance and then throw against people you know.
Exactly.
Exactly. And we're going to go down to the match here now. They start us off a bullseye for Alex. Vale did get a 3, in fact. He was a little bit high there. And another bullseye there from Axe James is the nickname on the back of the shirt for Alex Mitchell, with a 2-point lead on the left of your screen there.
There's a 3.
Vale is on the right, but a 3 from Alex, and that ties us back up into the fourth throw, tied at 13. And double bulls, so we go tied into the final axe, 18 apiece.
Perfect.
You'd expect to see a couple clutches here. There's the handshake, and they're going up top, looking for that 7 points. Oh, a little down low.
A little bit off. Doesn't take much.
No, it's not. It can be a hairline.
It really is.
With that white box, it makes it tough. But we're going to Big Axe anyway, all tied, 18 apiece. So Big Axe will decide it. Now, we would assume that they've both thrown Big Axe already, and these won't be warm-up throws. That appears to be the case. As Axe James, Alex Mitchell will lead us off. In round one, Big Axe overtime. Ooh, it's a 3.
At this point in the tournament, really, Big Axe is the key. You so often you're going to get to Big Axe, you're going to get to that point in the match, and if you're proficient, you're going to do well.
Vale Cook. Ooh, and he's a 3 as well.
Yep.
So this match, or this round, continues.
They're just slowly trying to dial it in. Get that bullseye.
Now, as a competitor, do you find it easier going from standard hatchet to the Big Axe, or from Big Axe back to hatchet?
It's always more difficult coming away from a long Big Axe exchange. If you're throwing 5 Big Axes, 6 Axes, and often we do, and then you come back to that much lighter and much smaller, there's a bull. See, and that does it. Takes the round for him.
That's round one.
Just by throwing a bull with a Big Axe.
Vale
So
Cook.
it's harder going back to, I think, going back to hatchet.
Yeah.
And controlling it, not throwing it high that first throw. Because you'll watch them. They'll see if they do anything different for their very first. Not really, but some throwers do. They loosen up. They'll do something to get them back into a hatchet mindset.
And there's double bulls back in. They both found it right away in round 2. Vale Cook and Alex Mitchell. Vale Cook takes round number 1 and a 1-0 lead here in round number 2.
Listen, even at this point, at this late point in the tournament, we're throwing 3s. because it's not that easy. People might watch this and think, oh, look how easy that is. Come down and give it a try. And I promise it's not. He's good.
So the door's open here for Alex.
There we go.
A 2-point lead in round number 2, looking to tie this match back up.
Throw number 4.
We're still 3 out of 5s at this point in the tournament.
She's good by a hair, I think.
And Vail looks like another 3, so that's going to give a 4-point lead to Alex Mitchell.
Oh my! Here
Into
we
the
go.
final axe. A bullseye ends this round. And she does it, puts it right down the middle.
Perfect rotation.
And we're all tied in the match, 1 apiece. Into round number 3. Jenna, what are you seeing from the throwers so far?
So, I mean, a great competition, first off. Both throwers have a slightly different style, though. You see Vail landing a lot more of their blade flat in the target, whereas Alex almost every time is a toe-in. So there's not too much of a difference when it comes to the amount of blade in there, because Alex's blade is still pretty significant for the amount that's buried in the target itself. But that's where those 3s come from, is we see that tiny little 2-3 millimeters hanging out of the ring. And that's the only reason these throwers are throwing 3s. These are 99, 98% great bullseyes.
Yep.
That's why the game's changed. It's why we've need to make it harder. Because I can speak for myself in this. 5 bullseyes or 4 bullseyes in a row in a clutch years ago was just kind of boring after a while. I wanted some action. I was rooting for someone to drop an axe.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to go to the 5th and final throw of round number 2. Pardon me, round number 3. Clutch is called.
Nope.
Alex is wide. Vail is having a second look, getting above it, hoping he's at the top, but he's shaking his head no.
He's getting his money's worth.
Doing a Spider-Man climb, trying to have a look. So we'll go to Big Axe to decide round 3 between Vail Cook and Alex Mitchell.
Now, we haven't had it too many times in our broadcast just yet, but we do have our scorekeepers, the first line of defense for that referee call, and then we have a second referee in the wings waiting, ready to make a call as needed.
And it is the choice.
I think he's good. I think he's good. There is nothing more satisfying when you're throwing Big Axe. You throw that first one for a bullseye. You just feel there's an exhale that happens, whether you can see it or not.
Into that nice Elm City cottonwood.
Oh, look at that.
And another
That's
one
good.
from Alex
I love
James.
these. I love these close-ups.
It really does help, especially when we're looking at such minute things.
Yeah.
Getting that zoom in really helps
It
us.
does.
From a distance, it might look good, but once you get zoomed in on that, you can definitely tell.
Vail is throwing some kind of monstrosity. Look at the size of that.
What are these butcher axes?
Yes.
High and away as they're going
I
for
love that
clutch
view.
now.
I love that view.
So this is what we were talking about earlier. Those axes and that blade length is crucial to break these clutches in half.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, here we go. Old-fashioned Adgore head on this one. Custom handles.
Max James. Oh,
Nice.
just a little low.
Just a little low. There's another big change in the hardware that we're using here. In the beginning, the axes came right out of a hardware store. That's what we threw. These are all beautiful handles made by craftsmen, and they're works of art.
They really are.
They are. Oh, look
Maybe
at
that's
that. Look at
Vail's
that.
a little high.
Isn't that nice to just get to look here at the monitor and see that close? But here they'll go. They'll go 3 of them, 3 attempts. If they miss them, they can go down, or they can elect to stay up and throw clutch again. Wow. She's got some steam on that.
And even though they're not hitting perfect clutches, like these aren't premier clutches,
hitting clutches.
they are hitting clutches. They're so close every single time.
Yeah, these are all standard These are all standard Big Axe clutches they're hitting.
That's just how accurate they are. High
Wow.
and
Boy,
away
he's
there
got a
from
real
Vail.
rainbow on his throw, man. I love it.
And
Just
you really
different.
do, as you're saying, you're seeing the different styles there. One, Axe James is a little bit harder, a little bit more power behind it.
Yep.
Vail's just lobbing
He
it
just
in
got
there.
a nice rainbow, yeah. Thank God we're not all the same. If we were robots, it would be, oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Let's say, oh, look at it. It's no good.
So good. It looks so good.
It's like,
but
yay, it's no good.
they're going to go up again, though. They're going
Yes,
to go
they
up.
are,
Vail's
man. We
going to
keep
lead
rolling.
us off here. This is our
Got a good group down there watching.
4th axe.
Oh, look how pretty that is. There it is.
That's what you're looking
That's
for. The
right
top,
down
the
the
bottom
middle.
of the white box, completely split in half. I don't think that could have been more center.
Call me twisted, but that's sexy. It just is.
It's
Alex
satisfying.
Mitchell's going to need one here to stay in this round. She'll be looking for the same.
Here we go. Oh my!
Oh, did
Come
she?
on! Come on.
Oh,
Look at that.
looks like it's just wide.
Look at that. It is.
And that's a 2-1 lead for Vale Cook,
Yep.
also known as Nipples.
And the funny thing is, as throwers, when we throw that, it looks good. It looks so good. And we
does,
stand
yeah.
back here and say, no, it's not. We know it isn't.
Well, it's part of the sport too, is the honesty. You go up and you look at your shot, and even if you know it's good, but you want that second opinion, you're like, hey, I think I'm good, but I'm really, really close to the line. Please come look at it. And it's that sense of community. It's that sense of trust that's built within this sport.
And you do that out of respect for your opponent, out of respect for the game, everything. You don't want to just go up and pull it out of there and say it's good. Let everybody look at it. Let everybody agree. All right, we're right back to bullseyes. And
Yeah,
again,
these two throwers have had no problem switching back from the big axe
No,
after
no.
throwing for clutch for so long.
but they've got very different rotations on their axes. Alex has the toe in, and Vale is flat. He hits flat. But that's
So almost completely opposite to their big axe.
almost, yeah, oh,
Yeah.
correct, right.
You hear a thud from one and a knot from the other.
Oh, no.
Yeah, she
She's
knew.
hoping
It's
that
will
that
come out
bottom
of
is
her
out.
hand
She's
and-
saying
oh,
no.
no.
Ah,
can't
her
see.
screen's in the way there. They're going to have a look, but they're saying no, and it's a 3.
No, she don't, yeah, he knows. You know when you
So
walk
now
up
we
to
go
him,
to
you're
the
like, damn.
final axe. 2-point lead.
Okay, that was a 5.
Oh, they did call it. I thought they were shaking their head no. They fooled me.
Yeah, they fooled us.
Clutch called missed by Vale. Alex, also high.
Also high.
We're going to go to Big Axe again to decide round number 4.
And we have a pattern. We do have a pattern here.
Big Axe
And
number
this, quite
1.
honestly, at this level of the tournament, this is the natural cadence.
Yes.
They're throwing hatchets. They're getting the big axe. It's just the way it is. They're so well matched at this point.
If we're not going to Big Axe, then we're
It's kind of a surprise.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Yep. And here we go. Throwing for that bull.
Oh, and she's
Little to the
low and
right.
outside to the
Little
right.
to the right.
That'll be a 3. So Vale Cook, bullseye here, takes the match. Oh, but he's
the
low.
rainbow, a little low. And I got to tell you that the invent or adoption of cottonwood has made such a difference as a
It really
thrower.
does.
That's
I'm
what I
saying it
said.
as, oh my God, it's such a difference.
Thanks again to Elm City for supplying all the wood. As Axe James uses
There you
it to
go.
her advantage and throws it right down the middle for 5.
And she is throwing a Kevin Bradley made handle out of choppers.
Vale.
Oh, come on. Show us some good one. Look how close that is. That might be good.
Oh. I think it's okay from my vantage
Now, you see what he's
point.
throwing? He's throwing an Adgor. He's
And
throwing
they're
a
saying
totally
yes.
different big axe for bullseyes.
Then clutches. You want that extra size.
Yeah, now he's got his
Maximize
clutch.
it. There they
He's
go.
got his clutch big axe.
So we go to the third axe. Both players have unlocked their clutches by hitting that bullseye, which you must do before you can go clutch the first time, as we mentioned earlier.
That is your reward.
Yes. To try for something harder.
Yes.
And Axe James is low and outside to the left.
Yep.
So Vale Cook with a clutch here
Out comes the big boy.
will take the match.
The dedicated clutch big axe.
Oh, and that one's outside.
Smack.
So
Flat.
Alex Mitchell has another opportunity here.
See, you hate to see them miss, but I'm really excited to see them keep throwing.
Yeah. There it is.
And a satisfying thud.
That sound is the handle
That's great.
smacking that board. And that, yeah, there are throwers that do that every throw. A lot
Vale
of
Cook
concentration.
for the match.
Oh, that one looks good.
Little,
Oh,
he
that is
does.
just, it's just not right. That head is
From
so
back
big.
here, from back here, I thought he missed it, but Vale
Yeah.
Cook sticks
Look
it
at that.
into the clutch for 7 points. and a 3-1 victory
Wow, very nice.
in the match. And we're going to take it down to Shay Eyrig. Shay's got Vale Cook.
Mr. Big Axe Clutch.
Fresh off of victory.
All right, here I am with Vale Cook. So you hit 2 Big Axe clutches in that round. How, as a competitor, can you just narrow down your throw to be able to nail those on demand?
Well, at least to me, like, I started my competitive things in baseball, and when you're on a pitcher's mound, you got an entire crowd of people trying to screw you up and another dugout trying to do the same. You got to ignore the noise, find what you're aiming for, and just lock into it, and that's your whole world. You can't afford for anything else to exist.
So you are currently throwing out of Urban Axis Austin. I forgot which city. But you're throwing out of Austin, and from what I can tell from the Urban Axis community, they're a tight-knit family, and Austin is just such a competitive environment. We had so many Austin throwers make it to day 2. How does the Austin community help make you a better IATF thrower?
Well, at first in Austin, like, all the competitive people, we were all kind of spread out amongst all the different leagues. But as people started to sign up for more than one league and do different things back when standard was a thing, and there weren't premier leagues, we're just on an independent night of the week, we all kind of started migrating towards like one night where all the competitive throwers would be like, hey, outside of our home leagues, let's all go sign up and do this. And I mean, iron sharpens iron.
You have such just like flashy shirts. Like, do you wear those on your everyday life or just for axe throwing?
Oh, well, I mean, my day job requires a little bit less craziness than this, but I would say that part of my competitive attitude is a little bit of like flamboyance and larger than life attitude in order to like bring the confidence to myself to succeed. And part of that's flashy clothes, loud voice, just smiling, laughing, having a good time. Like, you gotta be like, come on, we're competing in a sport called axe throwing, traveling around the country and world to come throw hardware tools at boards. If you aren't having a good time doing this, you're doing it wrong.
All right, so I believe you still have some throwing left to do today, so hopefully a lot more. Go have some more fun today. Thank you.
Thank you, Shay. And thank you, Vale, for joining us on the broadcast. I wouldn't put that axe away just yet. I think you're right back up here against our old friend, Rob A.
Oh, he's back.
He has survived a match on one of the other lanes. He's coming back. Steve, your thoughts on that last match that we just saw? Thanks again for joining us up here. And we'll get you back up again, but we wanted to hear your thoughts before you leave us here for a bit.
Yeah, again, I appreciate being up here. It's always a lot of fun. The live streams are always fun to talk on, and when you know the throwers, it makes it that much more interesting. But that last match, you had 2 very different throwers, but it came down to what these matches are going to come down to, and that's big axe.
Yeah.
And if you can throw a big axe clutch, guess what? You're going to get a bigger check.
Yes,
It's as
that's
simple
right.
as that. If you can throw a big axe clutch, good things will happen. But I'm looking out in the crowd and you see David Sycon out there. See a lot of the throwers who were late in the tournament last year, and they're not there now. And that's cool because it means we've got new and upcoming throwers, different levels of skill, and it's exciting to see.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you guys being up here. Keep rolling. And I'm going to go walk around and see if I can get somebody to buy me one of those
some more
beers.
stories.
Ooh.
We've got some nice beer flowing here
We
somewhere.
do. We definitely do. There's some.
So
You can get a
Beyond the
clean
Pale.
cut from Beyond the Pale. You
What's
can go
that?
get you can go get a clean cut from Beyond the Pale or a
I'm
nice
doing it.
Woodhouse lager. You have options today.
And you
got
guys
options.
can't until you're off the air, right?
That's right.
No, but
Well, we'll have them chilled.
it's why you're on
and
the
ready.
second broadcast and we're going to be out,
That's
out
exactly
at
it.
the party. Yeah.
And don't
All
forget
right.
to join us this afternoon following this broadcast. We will have the skills competition coming up.
Oh, skills are going to be skills is a whole different deal. Skills is for fun, and everybody loosen up, tap some axes, drink a few fun things, and away you go. So, guys, enjoy the rest of the day. Appreciate you having me up here.
Steve. We appreciate it.
And
We'll have
away
you
we-
back up here
away
before
we
the
go.
end of the broadcast.
Throw sharp stuff.
Yes, thanks, Steve. So we're going to get ready for our next match as Steve leaves us here. Thanks again to Steve. Our next match, 2 more urban throwers, 2 that we've seen already, Robert Alex and Vale Cook. You can see their stats up on the screen there. Clutch accuracy, for Vail is going to be a factor in this one. He's got a 44% clutch rating. That did just come down a little bit after that last match. And Rob A has the advantage in scores per axe, though, which could just mean that he's throwing less clutches overall.
But also, we're less than 100th of a point off from each other. So this is going to be a good one.
We could have a lot of big axes as well. And as you're seeing there, Vail Cook has the edge so far.
Well, we'll see what this game brings
us. We'll see what the match brings us. That's correct. All right, we're going to take it down to the match here right now. Rob A will be on the left side of your screen. Vail Cook will be on the right. Hello to the crowd outside. We hope you enjoy this one. Keep having some fun for us out there. We'll join you soon after this broadcast. But for now, we're dialed in to Vail Cook and Rob A, who are dialed into the bullseyes to start us off here in round number 1. 10-10, axe number 3 coming up, still best 3 out of 5. I believe, Jenna, we're still at that point. 4 out of 7s will come later in the day. We still have a few matches to play to get through to that. Double bulls again. And these 2 B bracket competitors.
We're going to lose one. We're going to lose one today. And we don't want to. We don't want to lose one. But we have to lose 255.
We do.
We have
There can only be one of the 256
we
remaining at the end of this day.
We only have one trophy.
That's
there
right.
can only be one person to hoist it.
And the final axe, Vail had a 3 on his 4th axe. Bullseye there from Rob A. Puts him up by 7, so a clutch is needed here by Vail Cook. In round number 1, he's giving it the thumbs up.
It's good.
Everyone says it's good. We're going to big axe as we expected. To start us off here in round number 1 of this 3 out of 5. Vail Cook will throw first. And a bullseye there from Vail Cook to start us off. Rob A needs a bullseye here to continue round 1. Ooh, and it looks like he's maybe a bit low there, and he is. So Vail Cook takes round number 1 in a 1-0 lead here in this match. Rob A will have some work to do. He is now on the right side of your screen. Vail Cook on the left in a much fancier shirt. 2 urban axe throwers are going, one of them is going to be out here yet again, as we saw in our last match. Urban axe against urban axe, which is great to see this deep into the tournament for sure. But they want to see this be a semifinal match. I'm sure the folks back in urban at the various venues.
Yeah, you never want to have both competitors from the same venue or the same club competing against each other, because then you're losing someone. You know you're going to lose someone.
But at this stage of the tournament, this is what you want to see. 2 highly competitive throwers from the same venue making it this deep into the tournament. And we go to the 5th and final axe. Both players have thrown a 3 in this round. We're tied at 18. Final axe, Vail Cook and Robert Alex. Round number 2. Vail looks like he's good. Rob gives the thumbs up. Oh, Rob might be just outside. I think he was. I think he missed. Just outside. But Vail Cook missed as well, so we're going to big axe to decide round number 2. That was close, Jenna.
Very close.
My goodness, he just was slightly angled with his axe, and you could just see the hairline of green beside that line of the white box.
And that's tough too, where they might be throwing a 1.75 clutch, but it's a little off to the side where they've got that distance, but they're not in the rectangle.
No. And a 3 there to start us off in round 2 big axe here from Rob A. Vail, bullseye wins round number 2. Oh, but he gives it back with a 3, so Rob A stays in this round. Rob A. Starting us off for Big Axe number 2. And another 3 from Rob, which gives Vail another chance to expand his lead from 1 to 2 here in the match. Oh, and it looks like he's good. He's giving it the thumbs up. He gets the nod, and that does it. Big Axe round number 2 goes to Vail Cook, and he takes a 2-0 lead in the match. The players will switch sides here as you alternate each and every round, as you've seen through the day. They're constantly switching sides, giving equal opportunity on all the boards.
And especially because right before this match, we changed the board on the left. The board on the right's been there for a little while. It still looks like there's been barely any damage done to the actual target, but that's player discretion. If they would like to throw in a brand new target, well, we have a bunch. Elm City prepared us for this weekend. We have a plethora of brand new boards ready to go. If players want them changed, that is their choice to have them changed prior to the game.
Robert Alex, with some work to do, has dialed it back in. Bullseyes from both competitors here. Round number 3, Vail Cook with a 2-0 lead in the match. 5th and final acts of round number 3. Robert Alex and Vail Cook are going for clutches. Robert Alex needs this round to stay in the match and stay in the tournament. I don't know if they got him. I think they're both wide. And they are. We'll go to Big Axe to decide round number 3, Jenna.
Now, in the same way you said that players swap sides when they're throwing the hatchet, they'll alternate who starts for Big Axe as well. So we had Rob start, now we have Vail start.
Sometimes you'll see them do rock, paper, scissors or something to decide. Oftentimes they'll just talk it through. But then, yes, as you're saying, they'll alternate from there as Vail Cook leads off round number 3, Big Axe overtime with a bullseye, putting the pressure on Rob A.
And some people prefer to go first. As a thrower, I prefer going first because axe throwing is a little bit short. What I put forward, I don't need you to influence me. I don't need that extra stress.
I think he's good, Jenna. Oh. And the thumbs up from our scorekeeper. And Rob A stays in it. He was almost outside. There was a hairline there, but just enough of the paint to stay in it. So Vail Cook, Big Axe number 2. Leading us off. They can go for clutches, and they are. Oh, but he's wide. Wide to the right on that one.
But a great height. Like, release is down there. The timing is perfect.
They're in precision in the area, just not splitting that top and bottom of that white box. It's such nice, smooth throws from both throwers here. High and away from Rob A. So we stay even here and go to the 3rd Big Axe overtime in round number 3. And that looks like it's good. And certainly it is. That does it. Gets you 7 points. Vail Cook has put the pressure on Rob A here. He needs clutch now to stay alive in the match and in the tournament. And he's up and away, and that's going to do it with the sweep. Vail Cook takes it 3 straight, taking round number 3 with a Big Axe clutch and moving on in the tournament. And our friend who we've watched many matches on this lane, Jenna, Robert Alex, his day has come to an end. His tournament is over.
His tournament's over. His
he
day
gets
is
to
still
speak
going.
with Shay Eyrig. We'll send it down to Shay. Having a brief mic issue here. We're just getting that turned back on there for Shay, and then we'll turn it down to Robert Alex. But another great match.
Mic check. Is it okay?
And there it is. We've got the mic working. So we'll go down to Shea Eyrig again, back with Robert Alexander.
All right, so here I am with Rob. Like I was saying during the mic issue, you were throwing on orange a lot, and we have a lot of cameras here on orange. Did having cameras on you this entire time impact your gameplay at all?
I mean, it makes it more nerve-wracking, obviously. But once I got through the first game, I'm like, okay, it's a regular Thursday night. Let's just throw the axe and make it stick.
So you throw out of urban Baltimore. I throw out of urban Cincy, so I love the urban family and community. And Baltimore seems like it's such a competitive environment. We had a lot of Baltimore people make it to round 2. How has throwing out of Baltimore helped you become a more competitive thrower?
I mean, it's the camaraderie. Like everyone teaches each other. Like everyone's coaching, right? And like you said, it's very competitive. Everyone wants to improve. Everyone wants to do better. I got Alex over here who's like, we're always constantly going back and forth. But no, it's just more so everyone's having a lot of fun. Everyone's trying to keep it light, but still keep it competitive.
And a lot of axe throwers have unique, weird nicknames. Okay, so if you had a nickname, what would you want it to be, or why do you not have a nickname?
Honestly, I don't have a nickname because I have no imagination. And I couldn't even think what my nickname would be. So, yeah, I got nothing. I'm just Rob A, and I find it fun. Like, you're like, who's Rob A? And I'm like, yeah, it's Rob Alex.
All right, well, your day here is done, so go have some fun. Yes. All right, throwing it back up to Tom and Jenna.
Thank you, Shea, and thank you, Rob. It's been a pleasure having you on the broadcast to this point. We're sorry to see you go, but a great performance from Robert Alex.
Now, when you sign up for axe throwing, or the first time your name is put in a league roster, it shows just first name, last initial. So I was Jenna G for a really long time. And so Rob's just chosen not to change it, or if he hasn't adopted a nickname just yet. But I agree with him. I like the simplicity. I like that it's just straightforward, Rob A.
It does make it easier for me, for sure.
Oh, for both of us. Yeah. Thank you, Rob, on our behalf for making our job a little easier.
We're going to go down to the floor. We've got another interview with Shea Eyrig.
All right, I am back here with Axe James, Alex Mitchell out of urban Baltimore. I was really hoping to not talk to you until the very end.
You know, yeah, here we are though.
You were the lone female to make it to day 2, representing all of us who did not make it. How does that feel, and what are your hopes for the future of females in axe throwing?
Honestly, it feels overwhelming, but in the most incredible way, right? To come in and have a whole community behind you, right? That's what this sport already is, but to have a whole nother community within that community at your back, ready to support you no matter what, is just incredible. And I want to push that forward, specifically with the female throwers. It was great to have so much support today. And if we can just keep pushing, we're just going to get closer and closer to those top spots. I mean, Kimmy's done it before. Kristen had a great day. Like, you know, it's just, we're pushing, and it's a good time, and I'm happy to be a part of it and to be fortunate enough to have the opportunity to represent the ladies today.
And we are all so proud of you for making it this far. Now thinking about urban Baltimore, what about urban Baltimore has pushed you to become the competitor that you are today?
A lot of people don't know too many names out of Baltimore, and that's kind of our superpower, actually. The top competitors out of Baltimore are constantly getting together and just like, all right, guys, how are we going to push today? What are we practicing on? What games can we do? What unique things can we practice, like throwing 10 big axes coming down for one hatchet and then going back, like just reverse things. So you're practicing skills that you don't think to practice normally. And we've got so much camaraderie and just a pack, really, mentality. And it's just been great. We just push each other to be better constantly.
I've had the privilege to throw against you a couple times in our axe career, and you are one of my favorite people to throw against. You're always so kind.
It's always a pleasure sharing an arena with you.
Well, even though you're out, now you get to go have some fun.
You're not wrong. I'm about to go get a Jaeger bomb. Looking for that sponsorship, guys.
All right, thank you, Alex. Back to Tom and Jeff.
Thank you, Shay. And Alex Mitchell, our top female performer in the tournament. She had a great performance. She made it this far. We saw her final match, unfortunately, take place on our arenas and on TV, but great showing from her.
But the sounds of the way that she throws, the way that her club just trains, honestly, is impressive. I admire it. I remember the first time I looked at a target and was like, oh, I don't need the red ring or the blue ring. I'm just only going to draw a bullseye and a clutch. And it changes the way you look at the sport. And so that same idea where I'm going to throw 10 big axes and 1 hatchet and train myself to be able to go back and forth like it's nothing is the kind of stamina you need to make it to day 2, to make it to the end, and to keep fighting and to keep going.
And that's exactly it. Like you hear it from and see the skill level throughout, and you need to find your focus, because that's ultimately what it comes down to. You need to. It becomes the mental game at that point.
Oh, axe throwing is a lot of that. It's a big, big mental factor with this sport.
But it was. Thank you for Alex, and great job. Congratulations on making it this far in the tournament. We're going to go down to Shay again. Shay is with Chloe Little, one of our friends from Australia. Shay, take it away.
All right, I am here with Chloe today from Australia. So thinking about travel, how did jet lag impact your throwing ability this week?
Look, you wake up at 2 a.m. It means that I'm prime, mentally facilitated by the time I came in at like early in the morning. So I personally did not get over my jet lag.
That's a good thing. I've only I've only flown international once, and I was exhausted the entire time. I went to Africa, but I love the group of Australians that are here this weekend. I've traded for shirts, stickers, everything. What is your favorite part about the Australian axe community that has come up here this week?
Look, part of it is actually the OOS that's come off with us. So that started, we did a standard marathon league the Sunday before we left just to get our guys in it. And one of our league members, shout out Shredhead, he just started celebrating every cool throw. He was like, OOS. And by the end of a marathon league, you're tired, it's 12 hours in, so we're all celebrating with a big OOS energy. So I'm glad that we got to bring that in for like so many of our guys.
And thinking about just the Australian axe community, in Australia, I'm friends with a couple of you on Facebook. You guys seem like a really tight-knit community, even though you're not all throwing out of one venue. In Australia, what is the experience with traveling to different Australian venues and competing against each other there?
Oh, it's incredible. So we had the regionals earlier this year. Honestly, that was the biggest congregation that I've seen of the axe throwing community that I personally attended, and it's awesome. It's awesome to see they're your neighbors, they're your friends, they're people that you recognize, you see their names in competitions, but to see them, watch them throw and chat to them, that's incredible. So yeah, it's excellent that we can get together at these kind of tournaments and hang out.
So I asked Alex about the future of females in axe throwing. What is that environment like in Australia? Do you have a lot of high-level females, and where do you want us to end up with that?
Look, we're pretty lucky. In terms of our league, we've got a really great split. It's 60-40, and it's just growing. And the biggest thing is breaking down the preconception that it's a machismo sport. It's actually a really technical sport that anyone can do. So that's something that we're really proud of. And look, the numbers are climbing. I just keep seeing the women, they're rising up, and also they're keeping it competitive. And it's you just have to keep the community competitive and just keep throwing. So yeah.
I think that's all I have for you. Thank you for making your trek all the way up to Canada, and I will throw it back up to Tom and Jenna.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shay, and thank you, Chloe. We will see Chloe later this afternoon. She's going to be joining us on our skills broadcast as well, but it's great to have her on here when we've had a moment just to hear about the experience of the Australians who are up here. We've got about 20 or 25, I believe, have joined us up here.
Oh, I think
I
think they just rented a plane.
Just came, chartered a flight up here for themselves, but it's been great having them. You can see the excitement just in the interview from her with Chloe and Shay speaking, but it's great to see it, and you hear it throughout the building. You hear the chants that they have going on when their throwers are competing, and it's awesome to see.
Now, we've got Brandon and Vale throwing on your screen, but you might be hearing some extra shouting in the background, not coming from the arena ahead of us here. Quick little shout out to Goose from Alberta, throwing over on one of the front arenas in Pickering. And they've developed a crowd, and I am very excited for Steve to come back over here and tell us all about it, because I feel like I'm missing out. I feel like I need to know what's going on over there, so I'm excited to hear it, and especially from his perspective.
Yeah, and there's random shouts that happen throughout the building, and I do want to know what is happening and what is going on, where we're at in this tournament.
Now, we're in a very good position as well,
Yeah.
because we are pretty central. We are focused on the orange arena ahead of us, but we can kind of hear and see almost everything, and so we're in a good spot. Our head, when we're not on the actual screen that you see us, our head's on a swivel. We're turning around. We're keeping an eye on for things.
As we take a look in at Brandon McClester and Vale Cook. On our far side here, we'll try and get an update on the screen here. It looks like they're in round number 5, so it was the best 3 out of 5, round number 5. Oh, I apologize. We are into 4 out of 7 already on that match. As I get the update here from Jenna. Thank you, Jenna.
You're welcome.
With a 3-1 lead for Showtime, who is Brandon McClester. They're in round number 5, Big Axe to decide it.
Who has hit 327.
Jenna, what's a 27?
A 27 is a perfect game, Tom. It's impressive. He has hit 4 bullseyes, gone for a clutch, and a premier clutch, no less, and nailed it.
And Vale Cook takes round number 5 to stay alive in the tournament.
So again, 4 out of 7. Brandon just needs 1 more. Vale has to take the final 2 games.
Brandon McClester, also known as Showtime. Vale Cook as Nipples. We'll have to find that out at some point. I
don't think
don't
we
believe
do.
we asked him in that one.
I don't think we need to.
We can let that one slide. We'll leave it for Showtime. We'll find out where that comes from. But I'm starting to see it here with his throwing style. He is putting on a show for sure at the moment.
I'm more interested at finding out who eats a banana whole and what the actual, I want to know if there's a benefit to it and if I'm missing out on something.
We saw that earlier
We
as
need
well
to
from
know.
Austin Campbell. That was, I've not seen that before. It was shocking.
Austin, we're curious. Come find us.
Round 6. Tied at 20. Clutch is called. Vale misses. Showtime throws down the thumb. No good. We're going to Big Axe to decide round number 6. It is currently 3-2 for Brandon McClester over Vale Cook. This is a B bracket matchup. Both players need a win here to continue in the tournament. It's best 4 out of 7.
Now, B bracket takes longer to get to and get through because you have people from A bracket that have lost their match joining it as it keeps going and everything. So it does drag on. It will take a little bit longer for us to round out and get to the B bracket finals. And Brandon's fresh out of A bracket. He is new to B bracket. Vale's been in there a little bit. He's got his head in the game still, and we have a long way to go.
Showtime not happy with that one. He was a little bit high and hit a 3. He's expecting Vale to hit his bullseye, and he does. No doubter, right down the pipe, tying the match. It was a 3-1 lead for Showtime. Brandon McClester on the left side of your screen, not on the screen at the moment, but will be throwing on the left lane versus Vale Cook, who has tied it and pulled it back in this best of 7. We go to round number 7, tied at 3, thanks to the Big Axe of Vale Cook. Double bullseyes again. Third axe. All tied. Axe number 4. Double bulls again. I keep getting ahead of myself, Jenna. We are now on axe number 4.
There you go.
And it's a 5 and a 3, they say. Vale by 2. Fifth and final axe, Vale Cook by 2, looking to complete the comeback in the match. A bullseye puts the pressure on, and he gets it right down the middle. So a clutch needed from Showtime. And he's mowing away, and And that's it. Vale Cook has completed the comeback, Jenna. We joined that match. He was down 3-1. He pulls it back and takes the 4 out of 7, 4 games to 3. What a comeback by Vale Cook.
And these are the kind of upsets that they're not rare, but they're not common.
No, especially in axe throwing with the accuracy that you need, you can see how minute of a mistake you're allowed.
Yeah.
It's not much.
No, there's virtually none in Premier rules.
But great focus to not falling behind 3-1, but not lose the match after that.
Yeah, and getting out of your head in that moment too. You're
yes,
down
that's what
3-1. How do you take that step back, take a deep breath, and go back into it saying, I still have axes to throw? And that's what I love telling people is, hey, I don't care if you're down by 6 or 5, even 7. There is an axe in your hand. You are still able to throw. You're still able to win. You have a chance. If there's a throw ready to go and an axe in your hand, it means you still have a chance to win.
And that's what we love about the sport. You just have to take a deep breath sometimes and just refocus. And you saw Showtime, he hit a 3 with his big axe in round 6.
Yep.
That was an opportunity to end it again.
Yep.
Hit that 3 and left that door open for Vale, and Vale took full advantage. What a performance.
But a fantastic game from both of them. Like, this is we
at
just
this
reached
stage,
4 out of 7, and they went to a full 7 in our first 4 out of 7 match we've seen on the broadcast. That's amazing. That's what we want.
We're going to go down to Mark Davis on the floor. Mark, give us an update on what's happening. We're hearing a lot of noise in the space. Tell us what's going on.
So I was just over there seeing what exactly is happening, and clearly Goose, Colin Blythe, is the people's champion today, along with Seaman. You can hear the chants right now. Connor Hugginson. Last I checked, they were in Big Axe. Goose up 2 rounds to 1 in a best of 5. And the big groan you might have also heard was a Big Axe clutch being not good by just not much. So they're still going right now. Obviously, somebody really popular is going to advance, and some people are going to be disappointed. But things are getting down to the wire here, especially in B, and especially as we approach out of the best of 5 and into the best of 7. Tom, Jenna, I'll send it back up.
I'm looking behind me, Mark, and that match is currently in Big Axe, and you see the Seaman Koala Bear. He was throwing yesterday. He's a UK competitor, and he's doing quite well. You can hear the crowd behind us chanting and yelling. They're currently in Big Axe back there between Goose and the Seaman Koala Bear.
Having a great time. Having a great time.
The crowd, that's the main focus right now, because we're waiting on that match to end to find out who we're going to have in front of us again.
We need one of them here. We need one of them to come join us.
While we have a moment here, as we're waiting on that match, we'd love to show it to you, but it's just too far away from our cameras at the moment. But that's okay. We're going to take a quick look at our sponsors. We got to thank them again. This that you're hearing and seeing behind us doesn't happen without Beyond the Pale.
Exactly, Tom. Beyond the Pale from Ottawa, a lovely brewery, Elm City Axe Boards. The reason that Big Axe is going on right now. Sandbagger Gin Seltzer.
Quenching thirst.
Delicious, delicious. My favorite out of all of these. Woodhouse Brewing from here in Toronto, and Liquid Death Mountain Water, because you need to murder your thirst on a day like today with as much screaming and chanting as everyone is doing. Liquid Death will get you through it.
If you're outside at the party outside here at Battle Pickering on Brock Road in Pickering, Ontario, if you're out enjoying the homecoming festivities outside, I hope you're grabbing yourself a few of those beverages to enjoy the sights and sounds of the tournament taking place inside. Or come on in and join us in here as well. We're going to head down to Mark Davis. He's got Strawn Riley with him now.
Well, I'm here with, I don't even need to introduce you. Welcome back to Pickering, my friend. How you feeling?
Really good, man. Super proud of how I threw all weekend. Yesterday was rough. Somehow made it to day 2, and then had some amazing games today and lost the goose, so can't be mad about that.
You had a bit of a hiatus. We haven't seen you in a little bit. Obviously, you had some things to take care of, but getting back into it, getting back into the show, what's it like being back?
Yeah, it's good, man. Hiatus, haven't thrown in a league in 8 months or so, but just got to point and shoot. It's all the same, axis stay sharp, and yeah, it's awesome, man. And it's crazy. When I was winning, I would know 90% of the people here, 10% were new, and now it's completely flipped. Now, like 90% of these people I've never met before. They're all young and hungry, and 10% are the old dogs like me. It's wild.
We're both a couple of old dogs, you know. The community keeps on growing and growing, and everybody keeps on getting better and better, and the competition bar keeps getting higher and higher. How much did you see that today?
Oh, of course. How could you not see it, you know? It used to weird me out a little bit when people would come up and be like, oh, I saw you throw on these streams, and I based my throw off of you. You're a legend. And I said, please don't ever say that again. But it's slowly becoming more normal, and I'm just like overwhelmed with just being proud of myself, to be fair. Like, it's really cool.
You're out of the tournament now. I believe it was Colin Blythe that took you out, an old friend of yours. Honestly, does that add to the pressure when it's somebody that you know so well and have known so long?
Oh, you can't beat a man with his own tools, you know? So that's what I told him. He makes my axes for me. It was a pleasure to throw against him. I haven't thrown against Colin in 5-6 years, something like that. It's been a long time, and he's truly one of my best friends. So I told him, if I lose, I'm happy it's you.
You're being one of the most traveled employees out of battle axe throwing. You've been out of the old Yorkdale location. You've been out of this location. You've been out of Calgary. You've been out of Arizona. Where are you going now?
Now I'm running the Ottawa location, so I'm making my rounds, baby. Yeah, they can't get rid of me, man. I think I'm out, and they suck me right back in. But there's a reason for that. It's the love for the community. It's the love for the sport. It's the love for competing. And I'm not terrible at axe throwing, so it's just it's a lot of fun, and we're just going to keep on riding this train.
Last question. Think we'll see you here again next year?
I hope so. Yeah. I'm not one to speak in certainties, so I won't say 100%, but I'm certainly going to try my best to be back here and be as good as ever. You know, let these young guns know that I still got some life in me.
You're like an old dog showing that you still got them tricks, huh?
Man, yeah, I'm full-blown dad mode now, so priorities have shifted quite a bit, but it was cool throwing today. I get to look back. I get to see my year-and-a-half daughter right there with Cheryl. And, you know, it almost brought a tear to my eye. So it's super special, man. It's been a really, really special day, special weekend. And, yeah, we're just going to keep on moving forward. That's it.
Well, no stranger to the axe throwing community, and not going to be a stranger anytime soon. By the way, congratulations on the newest addition to your family. I'm glad that you're back, and we're all glad that you're back, and hopefully we'll see you again next year.
Thank you, brother. It means a lot. Thank you.
Tom, Jenna, back up to you.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Strawn Riley. What a performance in this tournament, and he doesn't like to say that he's a legend in this sport, but he definitely is. His name hangs in the banners behind us here. He's got 2 of them. He's a great performer, and we're shocked to see him out already, but...
And just genuinely a fantastic person. Strawn he doesn't like to call himself a legend in axe throwing, but when you see Strawn in the building, everyone turns and is like, oh, that's Strawn Riley. And you know who he is. The same thing when you see Sycon walking by and you're like, oh, that's David Sycon. Like, everyone has that moment. So, no, it's very cool to see him here. Unfortunate that he is not in the tournament and will not grace us on these lanes once again, which, from my perspective, is one of the best things we've ever caught on camera, is Strawn winning and embracing his partner, Cheryl. Still thinking about it makes me emotional because it was such a fantastic moment to see, and now that he can share it with his daughter as well is amazing.
And perhaps she will be the next Riley to make her way up into the banners. With her dad, with a dad like that, who's as skilled as he is at this sport, who knows? Maybe someday in the very near future we'll see another Riley gracing her presence and throwing axes at the boards.
Yeah.
We would love to see that at some point in the future. Sorry, my headset was starting to fall off there for a second. Jenna, Strawn spoke to it as well, but he was a part of a small group of people, which really included a gentleman that went by the name of Stuntman.
Yes.
Rob. He's out here. I believe he's actually here today. He might be. I saw him through this week.
Regional rep for Beyond the Pale now. He used to be part
That's
of the Battle
right,
community,
Beyond the
and
Pale,
he
that's right.
is our Beyond the Pale rep and our sponsor for this weekend.
But with Stuntman and a small collection of others, including Strawn Riley, that kind of revolutionized the soft throwing versus what it used to be. You used to try to get some power behind it to make sure that it stuck, and they kind of showed us you don't have to. And as you're seeing with all the throwers today, pretty well everybody throws with that nice, soft, gentle, just placement axe to make sure you're getting the accuracy, because you're trusting the weight of the axe to put it into the board. And Strawn and Stuntman and a small collection of others that kind of revolutionized that style of throwing.
Well, years ago, too, think back to 2016, 2017, and you started seeing it pop up some places with the Toronto throwers, with even just battle throwers out of London and Kitchener at the time as well. And as the NATF at the time started expanding to not just Canadian axe throwing venues, but to US axe throwing venues, people started coining it the Canadian flick, because it was like, what is this little tiny throw? Why is your elbow down here? It looks more like a dart throw. But people found a way to make it super precise, and then that's where you get that lovely toe in. You get a throw like that adopts really well to a premier rule set versus someone like me who throws house axes, is stuck in the past, and I prefer cracking boards in half. So
hey, I've adapted to the new style that from watching Stuntman, watching Strawn and others make that throw. I adapted it, but I'm not highly skilled like these folks that we're watching here today.
You won your fair share of battle
I did.
playoffs, though. Like, you have your name on a wall. Tom's not bad at axe throwing.
I'm just not as good as these folks.
We don't make it to day 2. We make it to round 1. And with the 2,000 to 3,000 competitors that make it to round 1 that throw in their home venue, I've never made it to Toronto to the IATC actual top 256. I don't know if you ever have.
It's been a long time, not since the IATF.
My goodness, Tom's done it. Tom's done it all.
It's been a few years since I've been a pro in this sport like we're seeing today. I'm back into amateur status at this point.
There's a reason that, I mean, we've been in axe throwing for years. We know a lot about it.
Oh, yes.
But we're just not good enough to
we've
throw
capped out
for
on
your
our
behalf.
skill.
Yeah. We've hit our peak for professional axe throwing. I've won like $60 one time. I'm good. I'm done.
Yeah.
So
we just heard a large yell coming from the building and the lanes behind us here. We're going to go down to Mark Davis. Mark Davis, he's got the update for us. Mark, what's happening out here?
Well, Tom, Jenna, if you were worried about the noise and not knowing what's going on, need no more. Colin Blythe Goose has advanced, and you can see the crowd of people crowding over here because this next match is going to be a prize fight. Colin Blythe Goose versus Dave Alviso, Connexicon, and it's happening up next. Tom, Jenna, up to you.
Thank you, Mark. What a great update. We're going to bring up their stats here so we can have a look at these two competitors. We've got Dave Alviso. He's from Ace Axe Throwing in Pittsburgh. And you've got Colin Blythe, also known as Goose, from the range in Alberta, Calgary,
Colin
Alberta.
Has his own company of 81 axes that we've seen countless times from countless throwers. And he has his own axe throwing facility that he runs called The Range. So this man's the total package. He can go into his backyard and practice with his professional grade axes that he makes and builds himself.
And you're seeing the stats there. He has the slight edge and advantage in scores per axe. But big axe wins. That advantage goes to Dave Alviso. This is going to be a tight match no matter which way we look at it. And you're seeing it here. Big axes played, big axes won. We're going to see a lot of that in this match because they're close in scores, they're close in everything. The two top competitors, they've made it this far in the competition. They're going to be good.
The only real discrepancy here is the axes thrown. One person has vastly more. Colin's got a lot more big axe under his belt than our other competitor here, which doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing. It doesn't necessarily mean that we have a certain outcome that we're expecting in this. It's just going to be a great game. They've both thrown a bunch of Big X today. They've both thrown a bunch of hatchet. They're warmed up. They are warm and ready.
The expectation is highly competitive and a lot of points being scored.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
the expectation by both competitors.
We're in 4 out of 7. I expect 7.
Yes, yes. If it doesn't go 7, I will be shocked in this particular one.
Yeah.
And Dave Alviso, we had him on last year's broadcast. He was the #1 competitor last year coming into the tournament.
Yeah.
He got knocked out before this stage in the tournament, but one of his, well, he had a Jedi on earlier, one of his Padawan learners, Daddy, made it down to the final 2.
Yeah, he was
in the finals.
He was in it.
So he was the proud papa
Aw.
watching his young Padawan make his way now, but now he's doing it for himself. He's trying to make his way through this tournament. Before we get down to that match, we're going to go down to Mark Davis. He's with Commissioner Matt Wilson down on the floor.
Thank you, Tom. Jenna, an update on Goose. He's actually in the bathroom right now. That match went about like a half an hour, so who can blame him? But I am joined by the commissioner of the IATF, Matt Wilson. How are you feeling today?
Feeling great. It's everything's running real smooth, and like every year, the throwing really ramps up today. It's been great throwing all week long, but you're seeing some really big time performances today, and it's really great to see the spread of competitors that have made it this far. It shifts every year. We got some real cool stuff happening. Real great matchups coming up.
You were checking out the action down there on green, that game. What were your thoughts on that?
Oh, it was fantastic. You know, like every year it blows me away the performances that the throwers can come up with under pressure. And I mean, you could probably hear the cheering through the live stream from the other side of the room. It was a pretty electric match. It was good stuff.
Now, obviously, last year was our first time under the Premier rule set, switching to a new type of board, moving over from pine to cottonwood. As the IATF continues to grow and evolve, is that we're going to see more of that growth next year? Are we going to see any changes if possible?
Yeah, you know, we're always evaluating the rules. A couple of the big things coming up is we're trying to add some more channels for feedback, right? So we've got some big things coming, and we're going to be making some really exciting announcements in June and July about other ways that we can get that feedback from the community, from the throwers, so that we can really refine the rules and continue to make it competitive. The balancing act is you want it to be exciting for the viewer and exciting for the thrower, you know, and the beautiful thing is, like, this community has gotten so great at this sport, we keep on having to make it harder, you know, and then they keep on stepping up and just smashing records, and so we got to keep adjusting to make sure it stays entertaining and competitive.
One thing I got to actually see this year, which was unique and also unique for you, you threw round 1 for the first time. You tried to qualify for this yourself. How was that experience?
Being a part of round 1 was really great. The venue that I was at was super intense, for sure. And so I was glad I got to get that taste and like relate a little more to the throwing community that makes it that far. It's the first time I've made it that far. But it was super exciting, and I learned a lot from it, for sure. And that's the stuff that we always want to evaluate, is like, how can we improve the tournaments? How can we integrate them more? How can we adjust things to make it the best sport it can be?
I mean, I've seen you throw in league myself. Me and you actually do throw in league together, and you're getting better yourself. You're like leaps and bounds every single time I see you. Who knows? Maybe we might see you get the trophy next year.
I don't think that's in the cards, buddy. I appreciate your faith in me, but you got more faith in me than I do on that side.
Well, thank you so much for joining me. Sit back, try your best to enjoy yourself. I know you're running around doing a lot, but the commissioner of the IATF, Matt Wilson, thanks for joining me today, Matt.
Man. Appreciate it.
Tom, Jenna, back up to you.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Commissioner Matt Wilson, for joining us on the broadcast today. We'll see him again here shortly as we're making our way through this bracket, through this final 32 of the 256. We're getting down, I believe, to the final 5 matches, Jenna.
I believe so. We have a B bracket match in front of us here. It's not our finals just yet, but we're in 4 out of 7. We are in the last of the last matches until we have our finals.
We will see an A bracket final still coming up at some point. The winner of that moves on to the championship.
Yep.
The loser will come back into the B bracket, so we'll see them still play again at some point. But as you mentioned, we start with a B bracket matchup between Goose and the Connexicon, Dave Alviso and Colin Blythe. They're
Two very good throwers.
Two very good throwers, as we saw. We saw their stats up here earlier, and they're just discussing with our scorekeeper, Shauna Ackerman, down here, and Matt Wilson, the commissioner, just having a friendly conversation, talking about the match and what's coming up and what they plan to do in it, I'm sure, at some point.
Making sure we're prepared.
Yes, and who's going to win, maybe flipping a coin. I don't know. They're just having some fun down here, preparing for the match. Who's going to get interviewed, all that fun stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So as they prepare, we expect a tight one here.
Well, just the energy in the room has already shifted, because what we were talking about earlier, where we had Tom and I head on a swivel, we were turning back behind us, looking at the arenas closer, the front of the venue. That entire crowd has moved over and is now in front of the Orange Arena, because there are no more games on any other lanes except for the 2 in front of us. So, I mean, we have the best seat in the house because we have a little height over everybody. We can see everything. We got the cameras in front of us. But this crowd's looking pretty great, too. Shout out to Phil. Hi, Phil.
We know there's been a lot of excitement around us that we haven't seen.
Yeah.
But
we haven't been privy to this crowd yet.
But we've been lucky enough to have Steve Melvey come and give us some updates on what's happening in the building. Mark was able to let us know where we're at. But now we have the best seat in the house.
We have it.
The crowd is here. We have the crowd outside. The building is packed.
The viewers at home, all of you streaming, watching us live. So thank you.
All remaining matches. Yes. Thanks to everyone watching at home. We wouldn't be here without you as well. So
we'd be
thank you for
talking
joining
just
us.
to ourselves.
We
So
appreciate
thanks.
you being on. Hello. Mom, Dad, hi.
Yeah, hi, Mom.
But we're prepared here now for the B bracket matchup between Colin Blythe and Dave Alviso. Shauna Ackerman is going to score it. Our second official, Wes Thomas, 13 years of experience in officiating alone from Wes Thomas. And they start us off with an unexpected 3 from Dave Alviso. And originally called 5, but we're not sure. Shauna's letting Dave have a look. He's getting in there tight. He is giving it the thumbs up, and that's a bullseye and a 2-point lead for Colin Goose Blythe. Goose on the right side of your screen, Dave on the left. And Dave has dialed it back in. Double bullseyes here. Round number 1, best 4 out of 7. We are into the 4 out of 7s as we saw earlier. Colin Blythe with an early 1-0 lead. Hits a 3. Double a bullseye on the far side after throwing a 3 on the first one.
But we're tied.
All tied again.
All tied.
Into the 4th axe, but Goose gives it right back. 5th and final axe. 2-point lead for Dave Alviso. And he throws the bullseye. So a clutch needed here from Colin Blythe to force Big Axe in round number 1. And he does it! Right down the middle, top and bottom, left and right. Couldn't get more centered, and we're going to Big Axe here to decide round 1. The first of many, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely.
No more warm-ups, though. We're too far into the tournament. They've thrown too many Big Axe at this point. Dave Alviso to lead us off in round 1 overtime, Big Axe. Ooh, he might be a bit high there, Jenna. They call it the 3, just a hairline. And as he pulls it out, you see the water coming out of those Elm City boards, Jenna. That's the water retention you were talking about earlier.
Oh, they're good. Those boards are ready.
And it looks like Goose. Oh, maybe a bit high, Jenna. They call it the 3, and we're going again.
Now, that's the hard part with the curve of the bullseye as well, being such a small circle. You run the risk of one side of your blade being in and the other side just kind of poking out about that top line. So both throwers, great bullseyes, just not quite fully in.
Oh, and just wide. How big is the bullseye, Jenna? It's only 7 inches.
I believe it's 7 inches.
7
yeah.
inches all the way. That's hard to hit.
5 inches bigger than a clutch, but still difficult.
Yeah. But you can see Goose. Crowd chanting his name. I think he's in. He's giving it the thumbs up. Shauna gives it the double thumbs up, and it's a bullseye. After Dave Alviso left the door open with a 3 on his second throw, Colin Goose Blythe takes round number 1. In this best 4 out of 7. Dave right back in the middle. Goose back in the middle. Colin Blythe on the left side of your screen. Dave Alviso on the right. Round number 2, best 4 out of 7. Second axe, double bullseyes, we're tied at 10. You can see the crowd, they're really into it. You can hear them for one, but you can see them. They're all tight, trying to get as close to this match as they can. Double bulls again. Fourth axe, tied at 15. Double bulls again. Fifth and final axe. Round number 2. Tied at 20. Clutch is called. Dave Alviso switches to his clutch axe.
Now, in Federation rules, Colin has the lead here. Dave could say, I'm going to hold back. I want you to go first as the person in the lead for the series of the game. However, at this level, almost every single thrower wants to throw side by side.
Dave is high. I believe Colin is wide. He's shaking his head no, and they're going back to big axe.
So Dave started last time. We are going to have Colin come up as our first thrower for round 2 of big axe.
Colin Blythe throwing first. Bullseye there from Colin Blythe. So Dave Alviso needs a bullseye to continue round number 2. And a bullseye from Dave Alviso as Colin Blythe jumps around to get the crowd roaring. Not that he needed to, they are loud. And the contingent from Calgary, Alberta, chanting their good friend's name. And he's just wide. So Dave Alviso with a clutch here will tie the match at 1. And he's low and away.
Now, the level of respect in the axe throwing community goes a long way and in many facets, where the crowd's chanting between throws and they're excited and cheering these competitors on. But the second they line up, everyone stops. And even you hear it from us, too. The competitors are 3 feet in front of us, so we also tend to give them a little bit more courtesy and remain a little quiet during their throws. But
Just
depending
wide.
on the thrower, Goose in this case, wants
Goose
to hear
is
his
amping it up.
name. He wants his name
He
chanted.
wants that energy.
But we respect Dave. We give him a little more hush.
He prefers the silence. Similar to golf. in that
Yeah,
fashion.
very. We clap a little louder, but that's about it.
Yes, much.
Very similar.
High and away, so we continue round number 2. Big axe overtime here.
We're
Clutch is
going
called
again.
You'd expect nothing less from
Oh,
these two.
yeah.
Oh, and he's just low. Does not get those 7 points needed. Can Dave Alviso get his 7 and tie this match at 1? Oh, he's just wide. Just so close, but
Now, this is usually the discussion when it gets to be 3 throws in. They usually pause. But these throwers are so close to all these clutch throws, they're not stopping yet.
not today. They know they can hit it as Goose is just low.
And again, they're they either have the y-axis or the x. Like they are dialed in to one or the other. Putting them together is not the easiest task.
At this point in the day, fatigue has to be playing a factor. Oh, they've thrown a lot of matches through the weekend. They've thrown a lot of axes today alone. And they've got a long way to go yet. We're round number 2. That's 4 out of 7. Colin Blythe. Whoa, he tries to go the other side. You don't see that very often.
And depending on what lane you're on, how your venue's set up, people have a preference. I know I have a preference. I prefer to go to the inside. I avoid the wall given the way that I throw a larger axe.
It's low and away from Dave Alviso. We keep going. And they're deciding to go back to the board. 5, 3, or 1. Black, red, or blue.
And we talked about this earlier. You use this kind of strategy to go back down to the bullseye to recalibrate. Reset, bull in again. Make sure you have your stuff together.
He's a little high, I think. And sure he is. Our scorekeeper, Shauna, gives him a 3. So a bullseye here from Dave Alviso. Oh, and he's high. We continue.
Now, you don't want to see it, but you want to see it. I don't hate 2 3s in a game, especially if they're on the same throw.
Oh, and Colin high, a little higher than the last one. The one previous was a hairline above that black line, which cost him the 3. That one, a little bit higher. He started to creep up the board there. Giving Dave the chance. And Dave makes no mistake this time, and the match is tied 1-1. Dave Alviso with the bullseye in overtime to take round number 2. We go to round number 3. 1 round each, best 4 out of 7 here.
2 rounds going to Big Axe already.
This is a B bracket matchup. The loser of this, their tournament is done. The winner moves on. Double bulls to start us off in round 3. Bowl again from Connexicon, Dave Alviso. Oh, and Colin might be a bit low there. And he is, he gets the 3 fingers up. And that gives Dave Alviso a 2-point lead. Bullseye from Dave. Bullseye from Colin. And that keeps Dave up by 2. Right back in the middle. And right back from Colin Blythe. 5th and final axe, 20-18. Dave Alviso with the 2-point lead. And he makes it 7, so a clutch needed from Colin Blythe to force overtime here in round number 3. Oh, and he misses, and that gives Dave Alviso the 2-1 lead. Jenna, we don't expect that from either of these competitors at this point, but that's the pressure of the sport.
This is also what you said earlier. This is fatigue. You've been throwing for hours. You're in the middle of the championship. This isn't just your home league. This isn't just a little pickup game of, hey, you want to throw some axes? This is the championship.
Double pulls again. They're in the B bracket. We're down to the final 5 matches of the International Axe Throwing Championship 2023 Wilson Cup between Colin Blythe and Dave Alviso. 2-1 match lead for Dave Alviso. And we go to the final axe of round number 4, tied at 20. Clutches have been called by both players.
We expect no less.
Clutch is called. Clutch is missed. Oh, my. But it's okay. They've got overtime. Mark Davis, what are you seeing down there on the floor?
I'm not only just seeing encouragement from the Albertans towards Colin Blythe, but I'm also seeing a lot of advice being given. Nick and Kendra Colomia, along with Sasha Edwards, giving advice on how to open his hands, motioning it towards him. And not just encouragement, but also advice goes a long way.
And it's great to see that little bit of camaraderie among different venues, different organizations, helping each other out. But that's the sport. Bullseye from Goose. After a 3 from Dave Alviso, Colin Blythe has tied the match 2-2. We go to round 5, all square, in this best 4 out of 7 B bracket matchup. Oh, he might be a bit low there. Colin's definitely a bit high. Dave is also saying 3. He's low, so we stay even, tied 3-3. Colin encouraging the crowd there.
See, no one likes a 3, but we hate them less when they're on the same throw.
That's right. Double bullseyes. You'd hate to lose in a situation like that where you've been so dialed and then you just miss by a bit. So one gets away from you like that. Double bulls again, we're all tied. 2 axes remaining. You throw 5 throws per round. I'm sitting here clapping. I shouldn't be doing that, but I'm excited.
It's hard to contain your excitement when this is our job.
That's right. Oh no, Colin Blythe is low, and that gives Dave Alviso the lead into the final acts. 2-point lead, 18-16. Dave Alviso, bullseye, forces it to 7. Colin Blythe must hit the clutch here to keep alive in this round. Oh, and he's wide to the left of the right side clutch. He's hopping around, he's not happy about that. But Dave Alviso is, that gives him a 3-2 lead here in the match. Best 4 out of 7. Bullseye from Dave. Colin right down the middle as well. Tied, second axe, round number 6. Jenna, we're in a tight one here.
This has been one of the, not just the most exciting games, but I think part of the allure and the captivating side of axe throwing is the crowd. And I'm sure you all watching can hear them just as loud as we can here. But it's infectious. It is part of the sport that really gets you addicted.
And it can raise and lower your nerves a little bit, I think. As much
I'm
as
nervous.
you draw the energy, Colin had a bit of a slip there, and he's down by 2 here in the 4th axe. 15-13 for Dave. Double bullseyes there, but 5th and final axe. Yet again, Dave Alviso with a 2-point lead into the final axe. A chance to end the match. Ooh, he's low.
We're going to go
They're
double
gonna go
check.
have a look. It's a 3, which leaves the door wide open for Colin. He just needs a bullseye here, though, Jenna. I expect him to play it safe here, get the bullseye, and he does. He points down. He could have gone clutch to win, but he doesn't want to risk the loss. And he gets it right down the middle, sending us back to Big Axe.
Now, you're right. He could have, bullseye like he did, takes us to Big Axe. If he goes clutch, he risks missing, and the game's over, or winning and advancing right then and there to round 7.
Yes, and that was a fortunate position he was in. That was a
It's rare. We haven't
minimal
seen that.
miss from Dave Alviso, especially on that 5th and final axe. He's been dialed.
I believe that's the first time we've seen that specific scenario play out on the broadcast today.
Ooh! And a bullseye from Goose now puts the pressure on Dave. Less pressure because Dave has the 3-2 lead, so he's still in a good spot here, but looking to avoid round number 7 if he can. And he does so far. Bullseye down the middle. Goose is amped up. Dave trying to stay calm. Goose is fired up. He wants that crowd. And that one goes wide. Clutches have been unlocked. They both hit their bullseyes. Clutches have been activated. They're going for them. Colin Goose Blythe just missed Dave Alviso for the match. And he's wide. That's all right. Colin neat. The thing with Goose going first is he puts a little bit of pressure on Dave, but it also leaves the door open if he misses.
Yeah.
And he's high and away.
And hearing Colin's support system chant his Axelrod nickname too has to play into a factor for Dave as well.
For the match, Dave Alviso. Oh, and he's wide. We keep going. We're on to big axe number 5 now. Oh, just four. I thought I finally got ahead of the screen. I was behind it.
Tom's just excited.
Goose throwing first. He's in a tough spot here throwing first, being down in the match. And this is exactly why. He's missed that throw. Now, a clutch here from Dave Alviso. And that could mark the end of Colin Blythe's day. And Dave misses, the match stays on. Goose, high and away. Alviso. He's pointing up. Here he goes. Oh, he's just wide. This match, I know they're missing, but the tension here. You can feel it in the crowd. You can feel it with the players, and I'm definitely feeling it up here in the box. Colin Blythe. Oh my goodness. We are going to big axe number 6.5. Dave Alviso with an opportunity to end this match. Oh, did he? Zoom in, I can't tell from this side. Shauna, our scorekeeper, is up there. No, she says. Oh, you can see the crack there. It's so close. It's okay. He's going down, Shauna says. He's going for points. They've had enough clutches for now. They need to reset. And he does right down the middle, bullseye. All right, a bullseye here from Dave Alviso, and we will go to round 8. Anything less, we go to round 7 in the match. And he gets it. We go to an 8th big axe. What do they think? They're going back up top. They've reset, they've recalibrated, they got their bullseyes. They want clutches again. Oh, and he's close, but not enough. Or no cigars, we called the tournament yesterday that he was not a part of because he's here. Dave Alviso for the match. He's giving it the thumbs up. Shauna. Oh, he's not sure now. And our head referee, Wes Thomas, has been called in to make the call. He's getting out the stool. Oh my goodness, Jenna.
The stool. They've brought out the stool.
This is close. You can see the light is on there. They might bring out a phone to have a look here just to get the zoomed in look. There's no better referee that you'd want having a look at this, one way or the other. It doesn't matter. He's the most experienced referee in urban axe throwing. He's been doing this for 13 plus years. He's called more tough calls and made more decisions like this than anyone else, Matt Wilson included. And him and Shauna will take a look to identify, do we have a match winner or do we go to big axe number 9?
So the way these clutches are also drawn, the stencil that's provided, there's, in order to get that rectangle crisp and clean, we outline it with either a fine point Sharpie or just a simple pen, and then some clubs choose to fill it in with an oil-based white paint. So it's what we've done today, and they currently are taking the axe out to check
No!
it.
Sorry, Jenna, but no! They've said no! They had to do the pull-out of the axe to find out, but it's a no from our referee, Wes Thomas. So we continue to axe number 9. Continue, Jenna.
We're still going.
Tell us more about the clutch.
No, I don't need to. I did all of it. It's okay.
I
This is way more.
apologize.
This is way more exciting than me talking about paint.
The call came in. But Goose is thrilled. He stays in it. Colin Blythe. High and away this time. All right, we're back again. Round number 9 of Big Axe in match round number 6. 3-2 lead for Dave Alviso. A Big Axe clutch here, and he moves on in the tournament. Anything less, we go to Big Axe number 10. Overtime. Oh, he's wide this time. No stool needed. We go to Big Axe 10. Colin Blythe. Moving off round number 10 of Big Axe overtime. Oh, he gets it this time. No doubter, no stool needed. Oh, Dave, you still got a throw. Wait, I'm confused. No, they confused me because they were confused,
Yeah.
Jenna. Colin Blythe had thrown first there, which means Dave Alviso still has a chance.
I was also confirmed. Yeah, I was like, there's
He
still a
thought he
chance
had lost
here.
it. But he's still alive in this round. But he needs the clutch here to continue. No, he doesn't. But that continues the match. We go to round 7 to decide this one. All tied at 3. Colin Blythe has forced round 7. Dave Alviso had the 3-2 lead. He'll need to get recomposed here as he looks to put this one away. Both players have the chance now to end it in round number 7. Bullseye from Dave, I believe. Colin tucks it in there. Dave will have a look, and they're saying yes. Double bulls. Second axe of round 7. And they're double bulls again. Tied at 10. Axe number 3. Round 7. Best 4 out of 7. Double bulls again. Bullseyes again. 5th and final axe, round number 7. Tied at 20. Clutches have been called. They want that 27. They need it. If they do, we go to Big Axe. If they both don't, we go to Big Axe. Goose gets it. Alviso. I am sorry. Dave Alviso gets it. I thought Goose had it. He does not. And with that, Dave Alviso moves on, taking the best 4 out of 7. 4 games to 3. And you see the respect as he gets the crowd to chant for his opponent Goose, whose day is done. But Dave Alviso, the Connexican, is moving on. That IATC 2023 Wilson Cup. What a performance by both competitors in this one.
Well, that Big Axe round from Game 6 alone was insane. Nothing compared to the 22-round Big Axe yesterday, but
I
still
thought
the
we were getting
largest. We were getting there. We hit double digits. So, no,
My
it's
heart
been-
was starting to pound. I don't know how the competitors were feeling in that moment.
No.
I'm feeling this crowd
I was
right
going
now.
to say, we didn't have our specific camera on us, but you saw us in the background, both just leaned over, hunched over, trying to get the better angle of that board. We're feeling it. We are feeling it.
We're going to take a moment and go down to Shay Eyrig. She's going to grab Colin Blythe as he gets his axes fixed here. He's putting them away. He needs a quick moment. He had a heck of a performance in this tournament to get this far. His first time making it this far in the tournament. As he gives Shay a hug, we're going to send it down to Shay and Colin Blythe, also known as Goose. Shay, take us away.
All right, so I'm here with Goose today, and obviously you have one of the best fan base in axe throwing. How does the Goose chants and all of that just help you feel, even throughout a loss? Like, it's just amazing. My heart rate is up. All these people are staring at you adoringly. How does that make you feel?
Dude, my soul is full. It fills my heart. This community, this everything, the more quiet it is, the less at home I am. The louder it is, the better I feel. It literally feeds the soul, and it fuels me. So it's. Yeah.
And I'm assuming your closest axe family over here with your wife Sasha, Nick, and Kendra.
Yeah.
How does that familial support make you feel?
It means absolutely everything to me. I can't do it without them. So.
I heard Nick Kay say that he was your emotional support animal walking through. How is that a true statement? Like, he's an amazing person. You're an amazing person. Any words on that?
Without question, he's my boy. He's my boy. That's all I got.
All right. I think you need to go give your family a hug and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
All right, welcome back. Mark Davis here. Tom had to go to the first aid tent after seeing that. He mentioned his heart racing. It actually got really out of control. That was one of the wildest matches I've ever seen at an IATC or NATC.
I don't blame him for taking a break. I'm going to have you take over for me after when Tom comes back, and we're going to take a hot moment.
Okay, there is an embrace on the floor happening right now with the Alberta contingent. People are in tears. This is one of the most emotional games I've probably seen in a international axe throwing championship, and that was the B final.
Yeah,
that was the B final.
We're just in B bracket here, but no, it's insane, and this speaks to not only the community, the people you have surrounding one person as a thrower, but what you brought up earlier, Mark, about how someone like Strawn Riley has this name and this legacy around them. You hear the name Goose in axe throwing, and it's the same deal. You know who that person is, you know who they are, and how important they are to this community, not only just as a thrower, but as 81 axes.
As we are, the Wilson Cup is officially joining us on the broadcast here. You'll see it when we come back on screen. Here it comes as Mark and Wilson Cup are beside us here now. Mark, thank you for covering me there for a brief moment. Yes, I am good. I'm all set.
I said that you had to visit the first aid tent after that because your heart was going so fast. Huh?
No, yeah. Just a bathroom break. Needed a quick one there. But thank you for joining us and helping us out here, Mark. The Wilson Cup.
It's sparkling. It's all shined up and ready to go.
So in the same way that players don't hoist or touch the Stanley Cup, my hands have touched this now. So I don't think my name's ever going
I'm
on it.
superstitious like that too. Like,
Yeah.
I do not want
I'll
to
take
touch
one
this.
for the team and carry it
I
down.
say that like I'm never gonna even come close to
Right,
it.
I know. That's why we joked about it earlier. That we're up here for a reason. We're charismatic. We're not accurate. It's fine.
But obviously the bar has been set high. That was just the B final. Only the B bracket final. We still have another final.
Yes,
and
we
another
still have the A final, and then, well, so that's technically, I guess, the B bracket semifinal.
B bracket semifinal.
Because whoever loses this A bracket final coming up will drop down, and they will play the official B bracket final, right? And then the winner of that goes back into the A bracket, but they have to win twice.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But we are down to our top 4. We have our top 4 ready to go. So it's exciting. We're at that point.
And the reason that they have to win twice coming back out of the B bracket is because it is a double elimination tournament, as we've talked about several times. You have to lose twice. So whoever wins this A bracket has not had a loss in the tournament at this point. They've made it this far without even losing a match.
Yep.
So the person coming from B, they have 1. They have to get 2 and give them to their opponent in the A bracket.
And not just that, if you win the B final, you are in for a gauntlet if you want this trophy. Because not only have you played one best of 7, but you have to play another best of 7. And then in order to win the International Axe Throwing Championship, you have to win another best out of 7. Just a best of 7 constant gauntlet that goes on and on and on. B bracket really is a grind.
Oh, they've, as you just said, they've just been going. They don't stop. You go from one match, you might be on a different arena, over to another, over to another. You just keep playing and keep playing. The A bracket is a little bit more calm because you have to wait and see who some opponents are going to be. In the B bracket, you know who it is. You're just, whoever lost, you're playing, or whoever won, you're playing them.
And depending on the thrower, too, some people find a benefit to being an A bracket. Some people find it being a deficit. Some people find that B bracket keeps you warm for longer because you're doing 4 out of 7, 4 out of 7, 4 out of 7. And then if you make it to finals, you need to do 2 4 out of 7s to make it there. And a lot of those, like the game we just saw, it's a lot of big X involved too. So not only is it just throw 4 out of 7 and hatch it, throw 4 out of 7 with big X after each round potentially.
And being in A bracket is also a blessing and a curse at the same time because you mentioned you get to relax, you get to wait. However, that wait can sometimes freeze you, especially when you're waiting for your opponent to be decided.
Yes.
So sometimes it is nice to take a little break, but it also cool your arm down, cool your legs down. And this is a very arm and leg intensive sport. Rander Marquez actually once told me when he won in 2020, the one thing he did not do was sit down. He did not want to sit down because he felt that that would be a disadvantage for him.
So we're going to go down now. Mark, thanks for joining us up here. We'll let you get back down to the floor and go do some more interviews for us. But thanks for covering for me briefly there. And we're going to go get ready for our next match. We're going to bring up the stats here for our B bracket final. Apologies, this is the A bracket final.
Yeah, Rander hasn't lost
Rander
yet.
hasn't lost. I apologize, Mr. Rander. I apologize, Mr. Austin Auguste, also known as Daddy, who we spoke to earlier. He is still in the tournament, which is great. And you can see their stats coming up here. Austin Auguste and Rander Marquez. Austin has the advantage in scores per axe. Their clutch rates are identical, their percentages, which is unheard of. Now, they've thrown very few, only had thrown 7, or hit 7, which means they haven't thrown a lot. And Big Axe wins. The advantage goes to Rander Marquez. This is going to be a tight matchup, as we would expect. Neither player has lost a match. A bracket final. We go down to Shauna, our scorekeeper, to start us off. Rander Marquez will be on the left side of your screen. Austin Auguste will be on your right. Marquez versus Daddy. Double bowls. Starting us off here in the A bracket final. The winner of this moves on to the championship final with a chance to hoist Mr. Matt Wilson, our cup here beside us, the Wilson Cup, the namesake.
I was like, they don't get to hoist the commissioner of the IATF.
No,
They get to hoist
just the
cup.
trophy named after him.
I don't know if he'd appreciate that.
But they've got a lot of work to do yet, and it starts in this match right now. Whether they have to go play in the B final to get back here, or they get to move on to the championship, starts now. 5th and final acts. We've hit all bullseyes to this point, as we would expect, and they're gonna go for clutches, tied at 20.
Now both competitors do throw a separate axe for clutch, so you'll see them, if they ever decide to go clutch in their hatchet, to take a step back, swap axes, and go back in.
Which I believe is, we did see that from Austin Auguste last year.
Yes.
I don't believe we saw that from Rander Marquez last year. That's something new. Him switching axes. He's usually fairly good. And a thumbs up from Shauna. Rander Marquez hits his clutch. Austin missed just down to the left. So Rander Marquez takes the early 1-0 lead in this best 4 out of 7. Round number 2. Oh, and a bullseye there from Rander. And what does Austin have? They've called it a 3 is the call. So a 2-point lead into the second axe, Jenna. Double bulls, they're tied back in.
And that's again part of what Premier brings to this sport is a 99% bullseye isn't quite good enough.
Isn't enough. 100% or bust. The line's in your favor, and a 3 there from Marquez. And I think Auguste is in agreement. It's 5 and a 3, and we're back to square one. Tied at 13, 4th axe. Double bulls. 5th and final axe. Tied at 18. Round number 2. Rander Marquez with the 1-0 lead in the match.
Now, while this game is going on the the left side of the Orange Arena, we do have the B bracket semifinals. So we're getting that out of the way, and then we will bring the winner of that game to face the loser of this game on our side after.
And the clutches have been called, and both have missed. So we're going to go to Big Axe here to decide round number 2. So that is the B bracket semifinal that we're seeing over there.
Yes.
Yes.
Because it's not the finals.
So we saw the quarterfinal earlier then.
Yes.
That's how that works. Perfect.
Apologies, we don't have a bracket in front of us. We have axe throwing.
Looks like Marquez gets the 3 there. So a bullseye here from Auguste. We'll tie the match at 1. Oh, and he's wide. That's a 3. So we stay even and we go to Big Axe number 2. Bullseye from Rander Marquez. So a bullseye needed here from Auguste. Oh, and he's high, and that gives Rander Marquez a 2-0 lead here in the A bracket final. Best 4 out of 7. Lots of time left for Austin Auguste, but he can't let Rander get too far away here.
And we've seen competitors come back from a deficit, but it's barely a deficit. You've only won 2, you need to win 4. We've seen players come back from this. We've seen players reverse sweep in situations like this. So anything can happen.
And both players started off round number 3 with 3s, which is uncharacteristic of these two, especially at this point.
Again,
but they did it.
You want them to be on the same throw, at least that.
Not losing because of a slip up. Double bulls. They hit bullseyes on their second throws as well, as we did see. Third throws, bullseyes. We're tied at 13. 2 axes left in round number 3. Double bulls, and we're gonna go to 5th and final axe, all square. At 18 points each. You get 5 for the bullseye, you get 3 for the red ring, and 1 for the blue. If you have seen a 1 today, please let us know.
Because we haven't.
They are lost. We haven't found them. You don't see those at this stage of the tournament and at this level of the competition. But they are on the board. As the clutches are no good. We're going to go to Big Axe to decide round number 3. And the clutches, as we've talked about, are worth 7 points, Jenna. But you have to get that white box. The green isn't good enough anymore. It used to be. Now it's white top and bottom of the line, as you mentioned earlier.
Now, when we zoom in on these clutches again, the way that they're outlined as well, that pen line is considered part of the clutch that needs to be broken. So the top line and the bottom line, the blade itself has to go on the outside of the pen line.
Ooh, looks like a 3 from my vantage point, and they have, in fact, called it a 3 for Austin Auguste. So a chance to take a commanding 3-0 lead in the match for Rander Marquez. And he squeaked that up a little bit, or just a little bit low, and then our shot is in the way. It's good, and Rander Marquez takes a commanding 3-0 lead in this best 4 out of 7 champion A bracket
semis
final. A bracket final. I got ahead of myself.
Yeah.
It is the A bracket final. So some work to do for Austin Auguste, but he's been here before. He can do this. Just needs to focus and stay throw for throw with Rander Marquez. Give himself a chance. He has so far. Double bowls. They stay even through 3 in round number 4. Rander Marquez, a former champion, former 2-time champion.
2-time.
Went
No.
back. I thought he was up there.
Strawn's
No,
2-time.
just Strawn.
Yeah.
Just Strawn. You're right. My apologies.
That's-
but Rander, a
that's-
former champion,
Yeah.
has been here before. He knows how to put these matches away. But Austin Auguste is a skilled player that we saw do what he needs to do, throwing his bullseyes. Now he needs a clutch to stay alive in this match. Ooh, and a clutch. No doubter from Rander, and Austin. No from Austin Auguste. Rander Marquez takes the A bracket in a sweep. 4 straight. But the day is not over from Austin Auguste.
Oh, we'll see him in a moment.
He is going to be coming right back up on our screen for the B bracket final that he is now in. He will need to win that to get a second crack at Rander Marquez. Rander gets to take a break. Austin will get a breath while we finish up the B bracket semifinal on the far side to decide who will face Austin Auguste. Will it be his mentor, his Jedi Master, or will it be Nipples, our other competitor? We're going to go down to Shay, who's with our A bracket winner, Rander Marquez. Shay?
Thank you, Tom. All right, again, I'm here with Rander. We already talked earlier today briefly. How do you, from when we talked last to now, how are you feeling?
Honestly, there was a big break in between our games, so I just walked around, hung out with the community. There's some cute doggos outside, some little babies, so went to say hello to them. But I'm feeling pretty good, A lot of the throwers here want the cup to come back to Canada, so I gotta fill some big shoes.
You are the final Canadian left in the bracket and the only already champion who's still left. How does that make you feel?
It's good. It feels good. That just means I have a little bit edge over anybody that plays, because they obviously see me as a champion, so yeah.
And it sounds like you thrive on that kind of champion energy and being the top dog. So it looks like you're in a really good position for today.
Thank you.
All right. Good luck in the final. Congratulations on being the A bracket finalist.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shay, and thank you, Rander. What a performance in that one. He made quick work of Austin Auguste. He may see him yet again. We're going to go down and speak to Austin Auguste. His day is not done, as we've said. He's going to go into the B final. He's got some work to do, but he gets a bit of a break as that other match is only in round number 3 currently, heading into round 4. So let's go down to Shay and speak with Austin while he has a moment.
All right, hi Austin. Good to see you throwing today. It looks like you're doing an amazing job, and Pittsburgh is making a great representation right now, making up half of the Final Four. What about Pittsburgh is so special in axe throwing that the two of you are able to make up 2 of the Final Four?
So in Pittsburgh, we just continuously try to push each other. Me, Dave, Showtime, Tim, Adeline, Bobby, Robbie Dye, everybody in Pittsburgh just continuously pushes each other to be better. And, you know, we couldn't be happier that Pittsburgh had 4 people in the Final 32 today.
And I only live a couple hours outside of Pittsburgh, and I love the Pittsburgh community. Everyone is so kind, considerate, and just inviting. It makes you want to throw there. What about ACE specifically makes you want to be part of that community?
Yeah, of course. So ACE, you know, it's our only location in Pittsburgh. You know, Dave and I have a very strong, you know, like protect this house mentality. You know, we work with each other continuously, day in and day out when he's home, when I'm home, just continuously to push each other and, you know, put ACE on the map pretty much.
And I don't want to take up too much of your time because you get a break. I want you to go get some water, cheer on your mentor, and get back out there.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Shay, and thank you, Austin, for joining us, and good luck in your next match. As we said, he gets a bit of a break, and he may be facing his Jedi Master and his Padawan.
He may.
In Dave Alviso, who is currently throwing on the far side. We can see it on our screens here now. Dave Alviso versus Vale Cook. It is currently in round number 4. Heading into round number 5, we're tied at 2. That is the B bracket semifinal between Dave Alviso and Vale Cook. Dave is on the left side of the left target, and Vale is on the right target. We're in round number 5, tied 2-2. Heading into the third axe, tied at 10. 2 competitors that we've seen already on our lane in front of us here today, Jenna, are still going at it, duking it out on the far side. We got an urban axe thrower. We have an ace axe out of Pittsburgh from ace axe throwing in Dave Alviso. Vale Cook from urban axe throwing in Austin, Texas. And our scorekeeper on that far side is Nick LaFace.
Good old Nick.
Or LaFace, if we're speaking properly.
Yeah, yeah.
Nick LaFace.
Also known as Ma.
Also known as Ma, yes. He would be my Jedi Master.
He would. Oh, I think he'd be. Is he both of ours?
He got me into this.
Yours?
Well, we joined together in 2015, and then yours as well. Yeah, I would assume he was your hire when we were with Battle Kitchener back in the day. And now we're with the IATF, and Nick LaFace gives the thumbs up for Vale Cook. And we go to the 5th and final axe, tied at 20. In round number 5, match tied at 2, best 4 out of 7. Much called and missed by Vale. Dave is getting a second look and a thumbs up from Nick LaFace. What a throw there by Dave Alviso. And he takes the 3-2 lead in the B bracket semifinal. There's a slight error made, a miss-hit on the scoring device being used. They just have to make that quick correction, and then we will move to round number 6 with Dave Alviso leading Vale Cook 2 games to 1. 2 games to 1. We're in round 6.
3 to
games
2.
to 2.
Come
Thank
on.
you, Jenna.
First you were ahead, now you're behind.
We're bringing it all together.
Someone get Tom water.
And we're off and running. Double bowls in Acts 2 and Acts number 1. So they're tied at 10 into the third acts of round number 6. Bullseyes again from both competitors. Dave might be a bit high there. Vale is good. Dave having a look. He's giving the thumbs up. Vale says yes, and we stay tied. 5th and final acts. Vale Cook and Dave Alviso. Round number 6, best 4 out of 7, tied at 20. Clutches have been called, going for 7 points. Oh, what do we have here? Vale's getting the thumbs up from Nick Laface. And they say no to Dave Alviso. And that ties it and forces game 7. Tied at 3, B bracket semifinal. The winner of this match will play Austin Augusti, AKA Daddy, for the B bracket championship, looking for a chance to face Rander Marquez in the championship final and a crack at the Wilson Cup.
It's close.
But first, round 7. It is within reach. You're right, Jenna.
It's very close.
Double bulls there. 4th acts, round 7, tied at 15. Oh, Vale might be a bit low there. Dave is good. He's got his 5. Dave coming over to have a look here and confirm Vale. He's giving it the thumbs up. He's saying, yes, that's good enough.
Now again, in that situation, Nick's made the call. He says, I think it's this, is asking the other competitor, hey, come over, also take a look at this. We just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Clutch's call here, 5th and final acts of round 7. I believe Vale has hit his. That looks good from here as far as I can tell. And Dave, no doubter, the crowd let us know that. And Vale is good for sure. I can see it there on the up close. We're going to Big Axe to decide round 7, Jenna. And double Clutches got us there.
A perfect game. Premier 27 to Big Axe. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about this. This is
I'll
great.
watch more Axe throwing.
Yeah.
Yep, I'll watch more. We hope you will too. We hope you're enjoying the show at home. Round 7 of the B bracket semifinal between Dave Alviso, who's throwing now, hits his bullseye with Big Axe in overtime, and Vale Cook, who's stepping up. He needs a bullseye to continue his tournament. And he does. Thumb up from Nick, thumb up from Vale, thumb up from Dave, and they're going for Clutches in round number 7 to decide it all. Dave Alviso, AKA Conexican, to start us off in Big Axe number 2, going for Clutch. And he's high and wide a little bit, Jenna. Vale Cook, a chance to win it here. Oh, just outside. He's clipping the green, but you need the white.
And both throws incredibly close. Like they are less than an inch away from their target. Impressive, nonetheless.
I was struggling to get one just messing around yesterday.
Yep.
These guys are millimeters away.
Oh, I'm a big fan of threes.
High and outside from Dave. And another chance to move on for Vale Cook. Oh, but he's low. Dave went high. Vale goes low. We continue. And they're going back up top for 7. Dave Alviso from Ace Axe Throwing in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Oh, just wide to the left. Gets the thumbs down from Nick Laface.
Perfect height. Everything else, dead on.
Vale Cook from Urban Axes, Austin, Texas is wide. Oh my goodness.
The crowd encouraging them for one more shot, one more chance.
The crowd wants it. They want that 7.
Don't go down for bullseyes yet. When you're that close, go for 4, go for 5.
We want the best. These players are the best. We want to see the best. 7 points is as hard as it gets. You got to hit it. Dave Alviso. Ooh, did he give the crowd what they want? I think he's, maybe. Oh, we're calling in the second referee. Amanda coming over. She gives it the thumbs up. 7 points. Vale gives it the head nod. He agrees.
Now with a shot that close, especially when it's that close to the left line of that rectangle, I don't blame Nick for saying, I want all of you to come look at this.
We want to make sure we're getting it right, especially at this stage. Clutch needed. Vale. No! He's low and away. And with that, we are going to have an all-Ace Axe B bracket final. Dave Alviso takes the B bracket semifinal. Vale Cook, a valiant performance.
An incredible, incredible run he's had today.
He will officially finish 4th place out of 256. That's just who made it to round 2.
He's 4th out of thousands of people.
6s of thousands of people.
Yeah.
Or more that throw axes. And Vale finishes top 4 in the world. Dave Alviso. Oh, sorry, Jenny.
No,
yes,
it's
go
okay.
ahead.
Just out of the top 4, also the best dressed.
Oh, yes, by far.
That shirt,
By
amazing.
far. And the
All
hat.
he needs to fit in with the other 3 competitors is his name on the back.
We're
But
gonna-
amazing.
That's right. That'll be next year.
Yeah.
He can use his prize money to get some
custom shirts.
Custom shirts. We're going to give Dave Alviso a bit of a break here and let him talk to Mark Davis to give him a bit of a rest before the B bracket final where he will face his Padawan learner. Mark Davis, take it away.
All right, I'm alongside Dave Alviso. You get your breath together. You're all good. You're all good, man. Your next game, you know what's on stake here, right? Last year, you got to sit there and watch Austin Agasti get runner-up. Here you are a year later, and it's an all-Ace B final. What are you thinking going into it?
I'm so proud of everything that we built out of Pittsburgh and everything that, and just how we've gotten to this point. Ever since I came to my first one in 2020, we've just been doing everything we can to get to the level that, to the top tier, and try and keep up with the Philly guys, try and keep up with the Toronto boys. So it's really awesome that we've gotten to this point. I'm ecstatic. I don't care what happens at this point.
You went all 7 rounds of that game against Vale Cook. That looked like a grinder. Any thoughts on that game with him, and any words as to how Vale did?
I mean, Vale, I've known Vale for a long time. He's one of the most talented throwers that I've ever met. I just got lucky against him, to be honest. I mean, he's incredible. So.
I hear you got a little cheering section over here. Obviously, you got a lot of family and friends are with you. I also heard that your wife and your baby are here as well.
My wife and baby are here. Yeah, little Ellie. So she's my pride and joy. So I'm just whatever I can do for her, man.
I mean, hey, maybe in a decade or 2, we'll see this. I mean, it's already going to be student and teacher. Maybe one day we'll actually get to see father and kids. So who knows? But best of luck to you. Get your stuff together. One thing I also noticed about your throw that I didn't see last year, and we'll get to a shot of my feet if possible, is when you're at the red line, you kind of do a little shuffle. Is that just a tick you picked up over time, or are you just trying to keep your blood moving?
Trying to keep loose. Yeah, because I throw faster than most people, so I got time to wait, and I don't want to get cold. So that's all.
Well, get your breath together, get a sip of water, get everything good. We all got our eyes on this. This is going to be, we've already had a very emotional day, and it's about to get a lot more emotional. So take care. Good luck, buddy. Tom, Jenna, back up to you.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Dave, for joining us. You got a big one coming up. We have, as Mark mentioned, and we've mentioned already, an all ASACs Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania final. Yep. ASACs throwing in Pittsburgh between Dave Alviso and Austin Augusti, who finished second place last year.
Yep. Now, regardless,
he's not going to finish any lower than third.
And regardless, we're going to have ace in the finals.
It's going to be an ace representative in the final. But first, let's go down to Mark Davis, who has Vale Cook from Urban Axes, Austin, Texas, our fourth place finisher. Mark?
Vale, that was a hell of a run there, man. I caught that entire game. It's actually funny, this is our second time talking today. I saw you outside earlier, and we actually had a little bit of a mini interview over by the Smokers Pit where I asked you how you were feeling, and you're like, I'm ready. And then I asked you if you were feeling, how you were feeling compared to yesterday, and you said you're feeling great. You had a lot of momentum going into that game. It was a gauntlet with all 7 rounds. Any thoughts on what just transpired, man?
I don't know. For somebody who's just lost, I shouldn't be smiling as much as I am right now, for one. But I came in today through B bracket. I only had one life. I made the most of it, man. I was having a great time. And at the end of the day, there's no better way to go out in the rubber match to the hardest shot in the game.
Now, a lot of people try to go with different methods that suit them. Obviously, as the sport evolves, people go with different techniques. Last year, we saw people that switched axes versus somebody who didn't to go for clutch. Some people that throw two-handed big axe, and some people that throw one-handed big axe. You have a great, really smooth one-handed big axe throw. How does one that is watching and says, I want to throw like that, develop that?
There's no easy, just shortcut to a nice, smooth throw. That comes from simple repetition. There's core mechanics that any top thrower has, and whether they're doing a two-handed or a one-handed throw. And as you learn those and start to apply those to the things that you do that make your throw comfortable to you, and get literally hundreds of thousands of throws under your belt, eventually you start to get a little smoother and a little bit more finesse than how you do things. And then eventually it just feels like butter.
Well, you have a chance now to sit down, have a drink, relax. What's your plan for the rest of the day?
Oh, I'm getting riggedy wrecked, son.
Well, get riggedy wrecked. We got a final coming up right now. Sit back, relax. Tom, Jenna, let's send it back up to you in the game in progress.
Vale Cook, thank you for joining us. Mark Davis, great interview. Thank you for doing that for us. We are down to the final 3. The B bracket championship. The Wilson Cup has left us.
It's gone.
And it's down on the floor.
It's gotten so intense that I had to put my hair up.
It's getting closer.
It's getting closer. But like,
The hair
I'm
is up.
nervous. I had to.
The trophy is down.
Yeah.
The players are getting ready. It's the final 4. We are going to have Rander Marquez is waiting in the championship final.
Yep.
From Battle Vaughn. We have ASACs Pittsburgh representatives Austin Augusti and Dave Alviso, hoping to join Rander in that championship final.
And this is kind of exciting. Last year, there was a moment in day 2 that we had a definitive, there's going to be a new champion. There's going to be a new, like not a Canadian for once to win this. This year, we could have a repeat champion, or we could have someone brand new. So exciting all around.
Brand new from a different member organization.
Yeah.
Which is exciting in itself. Last year we had our first in Urban Axes Philadelphia with David Saikon. This year we could have a repeat with Battle Vaughn and Rander Marquez, or as you just stated, a brand new one from ASACs throwing in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Let's have a look here quickly at the prize money and what is up for grabs for these competitors. The top 4, they are now in Vale Cook is going home with 1,875 Canadian dollars. The loser of this match takes home $3,000. But they want more. They want the Wilson Cup. They want $4,500. They want at least $4,500. But they are really striving for that $12,175 Canadian dollars in their pocket.
Regardless, like you said earlier, today you walked in the doors as a top 32. You made money. But this is insane.
This is significant
amazing.
now.
Yeah.
This is
yeah.
where it gets.
When you're getting into whatever rank you're at, is a difference of at least $1,000. Impressive. Is impressive.
So we're almost ready here for the match between Daddy and Connexicon. We're just going to bring up their stats here, and the crowd is just kind of getting ready. We're doing a couple housekeeping items here as they prep the boards.
Well, when you
let
get
the players
to,
have a drink.
When you get to this level as well, like we're going to have another 4 out of 7. We're going to have another 4 out of 7, at least one.
At least one,
but we
potentially
anticipate,
two, yes.
exactly. We need to anticipate and we need to expect that it could go 3 more 4 out of 7 matches in front of us. So we're making sure boards are ready to go. The Wilson Cup is on its podium, ready to go. We have to swap out our cameraman. We got to get someone fresh in here, give the other gentleman a break because he's been our only cameraman on the floor with everybody today. So just well-deserved, a well-deserved break for everyone working here today on the crew. So this is not only a small little production where you see us on your live stream, but in person, days, months, a year. Like everyone takes some time off after IATC that works for the Federation, that works for the venues here. Everyone takes a deep breath, and the second July hits, we start planning for next year. So a lot goes into this, and without you guys watching at home, we can't do this. So thank you to everyone.
Yes, exactly, and thank you to everyone watching in the venue. Thank you to everybody watching outside. Thank you to everyone watching at home. Thank you to our sponsors. We're going to go down to the match. We're ready to go here. We're going to head down to the B bracket. Apologies, there was a song starting in the crowd. It kind of took me away. But we're ready for the B bracket final between Austin Auguste and Dave Alviso. Shauna gets the crowd fired up. Not that they needed it. They're already feeling it. And we're ready to go. They're going to be throwing on those nice Cottonwood Elm City boards. Looking to face Brander Marquez in the championship final. Here we go, round 1, best 4 out of 7. Double bullseyes to start. Second axe. Double bulls again. The precision of both of these throwers, nice and smooth. You can see the similarities, but they still have their unique styles. Double bulls again. Fourth axe, 2 axes remaining, tied at 15. Alviso's good. Auguste is good, 5th and final axe. Tied at 20, clutch is called. The crowd wants it, the players need it. Let's see what we get. High and away from Austin Auguste. Well, now from Austin Auguste. I was at Dave Alviso was missed first, but Austin missed almost in the same spot on the opposite clutch. So that's going to take us to Big Axe to decide round number 1. We're heading to overtime. Dave Alviso, they've discussed he's going to go first. Leading the way here in round 1 overtime of this best 4 out of 7. Looking to set the stage. And the table is set. And it looks to me to be a 3, which leaves the door open for Austin Auguste. And oh, he might be a bit high, and he is, at least on that camera view. And it is a 3. So we continue here in round number 1, overtime. Big axe number 2. They can't go for clutches yet. They haven't activated. They only got the 3s.
You got it.
Oh, and another 3 from Dave. The fatigue may be setting in here, Jenna, because these two, we've seen them just throw a ton of big axe, and they haven't been missing the bullseyes. Clutches, yes, because those are difficult to hit, but, well, everything's difficult to hit. But. Oh, we haven't seen them spray this bullseye like they have been. Another 3, but we go to big axe number 3. Just how tough it is, especially this far in the day, Jenna.
Yeah, I mean, we started today's tournament at 11 a.m.
Yeah.
And it is already 2:30. So
Eastern Standard Time, and another just low, and he says no. 3 for Dave Alviso and Austin Auguste. A chance to take the early 1-0 lead here in this match. With a bullseye here. He's low and away. Well, not even away. He was dead center, just dropped it a little bit. Held on a bit too long, maybe.
I like to call those premier 3s. It's a premier.
It was clean. It was very clean.
Clean premier 3.
No doubt about it.
Not what he wanted, but.
Oh, and Dave had the chance again to set the stage with that bullseye, but he gives the door, gives the key to Austin to open the door. But Austin drops the key. So we'll try to find it again here. Big axe number 5 coming up.
You know the saying when you take the key, you throw it away. I'm missing part of it. But anyways, that mentality where they throw the key away, it's a lot of that.
And there we go. We found the key now.
We're good. We're back.
Dave Alviso walks through the door.
We'll think of better analogies for next year.
Austin
We'll work on
Auguste
it. We take suggestions.
needs to get through before it closes. And did he? No! From my angle, it's a no. We'll see what Shauna says. The head nod says no. Just low and away. But that's all right. It's round one.
That's
Dave
only-
Alviso takes it.
We're only in game one.
Best 4 out of 7. Lots of time left for both of these competitors. Dave Alviso has the advantage to this point, up 1-0. Shauna makes sure that they start on the proper sides. As we've talked about, they switch sides every round, so sometimes they need a reminder of where they did, especially when you go for so many big acts.
Yep.
Axe number 1 is bullseyes from both. And axe number 2 is the same. Tied at 10, axe number 3 of round 2. Now we're tied at 15 into the 4th axe. Dave Alviso on the left side of your screen, Austin Auguste on the right. Both ace axe throwing competitors from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, showing that skill level coming out of Pittsburgh. Perfect in this round so far, tied at 20, going for clutches here. Dave is a little high, I think. Austin. Wide and outside. And we're going to big axe. Head nod from Shauna. And round 2 is going to big axe. This is a tight one though, Jenna.
Those clutches suck. That Dave throws like that, where you have so much of that rectangle split in half, and you're just missing a little bit of it. You're so close to nailing all of it.
Oh, Austin's not happy with that throw, but I think he might be okay here. He's low, but I think he's tucked it in. Wes Thomas being called in by Shauna to have a second look here. He's bringing out his card. And it's good! Thumbs up. Austin Auguste, he wasn't sure there. We weren't sure.
No.
Both referees come in and have a look.
It's always hard to tell, especially when we're this far away, or if the camera doesn't get that angle on it. It's very tough to tell, and it's different when you get a flashlight on it too. You can see the full ring in a lot easier.
But no doubt there from Dave Alviso, right down the middle, and he stays in this round. Clutch is called, and Austin is low and away on that right side clutch. So a chance here for Dave Alviso to take a 2-0 lead. And he's touching green, but he's high and outside of that white box. No good. We continue. Big axe number 3. Austin's wide to the right. Dave Alviso, another chance here to take a 2-0 lead in the match.
Both of Austin's throws as well. His first throw just underneath it, but in line with it. His last one just off to the side, but the perfect height.
Yes. Just has to find that left to right, but Dave Alviso might not give him a chance here, at least not in this round. He does, leaves it open here. Austin Auguste to set the stage here in that big axe number 4. And he does it that time, right down the middle. Top and bottom, left and right, as you mentioned, Jenna, he's dialed it back in. He must have heard you.
Oh, I give good advice. Was a coach for a few years.
Can Dave Alviso match? I think he did. Maybe at the bottom there, I'm not sure. Thumb is up, it's split down the middle. Well, the right side of it, but he's got the box.
Regardless, split. It was split.
I thought he was about to hit the same spot that Austin did, but then he just got it on the right side of that box. Top and bottom, though, that's all you need. Ooh, Austin drops that one a little bit. Now the door is open for Dave Alviso with a chance to take the 2-0 lead yet again. Oh, does he? And he does, right down the middle. This time he hits Austin's spot from the previous throw.
Now hitting one Big Axe Premier clutch is hard enough. But hitting 2 back-to-back alone, that's insane. That's impressive to say the least.
And doing so gives him the 2-0 lead here in the match. Best 4 out of 7. B bracket final. Both players are in the bullseye here in round 3 to start us off. Work to do for Austin Auguste. Down 2 rounds to 0. Double bulls again. 2 axes remaining in round number 3. Tied at 15. Oh, Dave. He gives a thumbs up. Austin's good. Dave is good. I thought he was maybe a bit low there, but he was up inside the line, so he's all right. 5th and final axe. Clutch is called. Tied at 20. Looking to stay super perfect. Because perfect would be 25. They hit a bullseye, they're still perfect.
Yeah.
Super perfect because you're trying to get an extra 2.
We want to be super.
We've seen it from them already. Let's see if they can do it again. Actually, you haven't in this match, but through the day. Oh, no. Oh, is Austin's. Dave's is an oh, and a thumbs up from Shauna.
And he stays alive.
stays
2-1.
close, 2-1. He's not in. He could have been in danger though.
He could have been.
You go
close.
down 3. That's a lot of work to
close,
come back,
yeah.
as we just saw in the A final.
This crowd would love a reverse sweep, but we don't need it anymore.
Double bullseye there. Yes, Randall Marquez made quick work once he got up 3. That was it, but Austin stays in this one, keeping it tight, 2-1, as he looks to now give himself a chance to stay even here. Heading into round 5, but first, round 4. Tied at 15. Sorry, Jenna, go ahead.
There's a level of familiarity that probably comes with this too, versus someone that you've never thrown next to
Yes.
before. Everyone's got their own little nuances, maybe the way they end their throw if they move to the left or the right or whatever.
And these two, I'm sure, have played each other hundreds of times.
Oh yeah, this is a Tuesday.
This is a Tuesday. Regular league night for them. That's got to be the mindset that they have to stay focused and stay ready here. 5th and final axe. Clutch is called, tied at 20. And Dave is good. Austin looks high. And he is. Dave Alviso with a super perfect round of 27 takes the commanding 3-1 lead here in the B bracket final. Looking to move on to the championship and face Randall Marquez. He's now given himself a chance here with a 3-1 lead. In the B final, best 4 out of 7. One more and he moves on. Austin needs this one now. Double bullseyes there. All tied, axe number 3. Bowl from Dave. Bowl from Austin. With the standard hatchet, neither player to this point has missed a bullseye. They are perfect for bullseyes so far, and they stay so into the 5th and final axe of round 5. I can't even think of doing that.
No.
I think I threw a 1 yesterday.
A premier one.
A premier one.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, come on. We're not that bad.
Clutch is called. I think Dave's got it. Austin. No, Dave, yes! Austin! No! And Dave Alviso, by a score of 4 games to 1, has taken the B bracket champion, B bracket final, against his young Padawan learner, Austin Auguste. What a performance by the 2 ace axe throwers from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. What a show. Austin, 2nd place finish last year. He finishes 3rd this year. That's incredible in itself.
Yeah, we see, I mean, especially this year, you see that top, let's
Yes.
say 4, 5, 6 really fluctuate from time to time. But having the same person at that high level year in, year out, I guarantee you we are going to see him here again on day 2 next year with a fire.
If we don't, I would be stunned.
I would be surprised, but hey.
You can see the skill of this player, and we're going to go down and talk to him now. He's with Shay Eyrig. Shay, with Austin Auguste.
All right, so we already talked earlier today. I want to focus a little bit more on the gauntlet that is Pittsburgh. In the past 2 years, you got 2nd last year and 3rd this year. Pittsburgh is obviously here to hold your back and get you better. What about Pittsburgh prepares you to compete at this national level?
So what we like to do on our Tuesday league, like Tuesday evening league for Premier, during the regular season, no matter if you're up, down, doesn't matter, we always go up for clutch. It's only going to make you better. You know, it's uncomfortable at first because you always want to go for the win, but we've, trained for this to hit these clutches, and, the guys from Pittsburgh are doing it.
And I know you wish that the game that you just played was for 1st and 2nd in the world, but how amazing is it to play against your mentor and compete at this level with him?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, I do wish it was first and second, but, you know, at this point, I have all the faith in the world that Dave will get it done. Dave's a methodical guy. Once he gets going, he is very, very hard to stop. So.
And I may have seen a video earlier today of you and him in a hammock at the Ace House last night. How do you think that that is going to help him improve this final game and get this championship back to Pittsburgh?
It'll keep Dave loose. He'll want to have fun. You know, sometimes Dave and I, we like to get too intense with each other. We forget to have some fun every once in a while. And, you know, we had some fun in that last match. We were laughing and joking, so I think he'll be loose this time.
Congratulations on your third place finish. Go enjoy your time with your Pittsburgh family.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Austin, for joining us. What a performance. Shay, thank you for the interview. Austin Auguste, third place at the IATC 2023 Wilson Cup, following up his second place performance, as we mentioned earlier last year, losing to his mentor, Dave Alviso, who he's now going to cheer on against Rander Marquez for the championship final.
It's been a
What
day.
a day.
It's been a day. This has been amazing. I mean, you, like he said, you can't be upset at a game like that.
No.
You both performed incredibly well. You put your best out there, and you do, like, axe throwing, as we've said before, is an individual sport. It's as much as you can do in 15 throws.
So right now we need to go down to Matt Wilson, who's going to get the crowd fired up for this championship final. Matt Wilson.
We are, whoa, there we go. That's different. That's loud. All right, so we are in our final matchup here. So it is Rander versus Connexicon, or Dave, as we know him. And Dave is coming out of the B bracket. Rander is in the A bracket. So we're going to play one set of 7. If Rander wins, he's the champion. If Dave wins, we're going to reset, and we're going to do another whole set of 7. The winner of that will take it. This is because Rander has not lost a match yet, all right? So for everybody watching from home, understands how a double elimination works, that's where we're at right now. I want to just tell everybody here in the space, when we do have our champion, I know there's going to be a ton of excitement in this room. We're all excited for both of these guys. Please do not rush the lanes. I promise we'll give you time to come and embrace your friends and get all that time in, but please do not rush the lanes. Let's keep it safe. We got a lot of equipment in here. We want to put on the best show.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Wilson. Jenna, we're ready for the championship final between Dave Alviso and Rander Marquez. Shauna's giving the thumbs up. We're going to throw here right away, down for the championship final. As Matt Wilson mentioned, this is a situation where Dave Alviso, as the B bracket winner, has a loss on his belt. He must win 2 full matches because Rander Marquez does not have a loss yet in this tournament.
Now this is where, like we talked about earlier, Dave has been throwing. He's been going, he's been warm. Rander has to wait. And so we'll see how that plays into today, if it plays in at all.
We go to axe number 3 of round number 1, of match number 1. Tied at 15 between 2 of the top competitors in the world. Rander's not sure about his. He sent Shauna to have a look. Dave's is good. He's got his 20 points heading into the final axe. Rander, thumbs up. Rander Marquez gets the bullseye. And we stay tied. 5th and final axe. Dave Alviso on the left side of your screen. Rander Marquez, a former champion, on your right. Dave Alviso looking to be the first champion from Ace Axe Throwing in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Rander Marquez from the Backyard Axe Throwing League, or Battle, in Vaughan, Ontario, Canada. And that's a good clutch from Rander, I believe. And Dave as well. Both of them showing why they're in this spot, right down the middle. sending round one to Big Axe. Rander Marquez to lead us off. Did he or did he not? He's skipping as though he did not. He's calling it a 3, which gives Dave Alviso a chance here to take the lead in the match. Ooh. I think it's in, Jenna. But it looks like he might have creeped up a little bit, maybe on the other side. Wes Thomas being called in, our most veteran. Rander wants Jenna to go down.
I'll jump over. I'll launch.
Wes is having.
No, this is tough though because the top of the top of the axe is at the top of the paint line, and so when it gets to be this close, we had calls like this yesterday at every venue. You want a microscope. You want like the best quality phone. You want a flashlight. You need a telescope to look at something this close because when it's that.
The curve of the line becomes a factor.
Oh my goodness, that could be good on the left and terrible on the right. You have no idea.
Yeah.
And when it's this close, where they're right on it, like from the camera angle, I agree. It looks like the axe is underneath that line, but we're only seeing the left side of the axe. The right side might be right on the line. It might be right above it. And I don't blame them. Yeah, I would get
here comes the phone.
I
Yeah.
would get a flashlight out. I would take a photo
We're
of
gonna
it.
zoom right in here and see what we have. And then they will make a final decision here. But it's just so tight, Jenna. No good. The official call from Wes Thomas is no.
But that's how close this gets.
You have to use technology. You can't not.
No. There was a coach with a headlamp yesterday.
Yep.
I admire that. I want one.
We just want to make
Smart.
sure we're getting the call right. A lot at stake here. Oh, and Rander is low on that one. That is a 3. So Dave, an opportunity again. Hopefully not needing the referee here. Oh. That is a 3. I can tell that here.
Oh, you can see
Just
the
low,
defeat.
I think.
The defeat on his face too. You walk up, you're hopeful, you see it, you look at the side, and you instantly know.
This angle, the straight on, it looks like it's in, and then
Yeah.
the bottom is just touching.
We just expect the best. We want the best for these competitors.
And Jenna, we don't need it on this one.
We don't.
Straight in, Rander Marquez gets his bullseye as I bump buttons here. And Dave dials it back in. Keeping it square here. Big Axe number 4. And now that they've hit their bullseyes, they're going for clutch. Oh. Rander choosing to stay on the board here. Going for the bullseye. But that does still give Dave the option here in a second. Oh, no, he did go for it.
He joked about it.
He was joking.
He joked about it.
Well, he fooled me.
He's a tricky one, that Marquez.
That Marquez. A little bit of sportsmanship there. Blamemanship, I guess. Ooh. Oh, and just wide. They're going for it again here on axe number 5 of the Big Axe Overtime. Still in round 1. Looking to take the first advantage in the match. This is match 1. Oh, Marquez is wide, I believe, Jenna. He is. It's a miss. So a chance for Dave. Clutch called. Dave Alviso. Rander wants more noise. Dave a little low.
This is what we were talking about earlier. It's a respect. As soon as you see someone set up their throw and you get to this point, they're like, no one move. No one make a peep. Everyone stop what you're doing. And we saw Goose earlier. Wanted more noise.
wide. These throwers want the noise, but they want it to come because they smoke that clutch right down the middle.
A little encouragement does go a long way.
And you can see the difference here between the two competitors a little bit, Jenna. We'll speak to after Dave throws here. Wow, just outside. Rander a little bit more lively, a little bit talking to the crowd a bit, a little bit more relaxed. Dave very focused.
Yeah.
He's relaxed as well. You can see him friendly, still being nice, but he's
some people
a bit more focused.
Some people like Rander too. They're willing to talk to their competitor between throws and everything. But
switches, clutches, and misses. Still.
Some people, that throws them off a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm that kind of a thrower. Between hatchet, I don't mind, but I need an extra second or two to reset myself after you make me crack a joke. Like, I need a minute.
Ooh, low. Low. He's right in the middle, though. You can see the split of the board there, the nice Elm City axe board.
And we haven't
Cottonwood.
changed that board at all today. That's the big axe. That's the clutch that everyone keeps throwing at, and it still looks
That's the
pristine.
water retention.
That
of
is.
the Cottonwood.
Thank you, Elm City.
Oh, Rander's high. Up and to the left of that right side clutch. We're tight here this afternoon in round number 1. We're into big axe number 8, sorry. Big axe 8. Oh, and outside from Dave Alviso. We keep going.
We're into clutch attempt 6 now.
Clutch attempt 6. Bullseye there from Rander as they go back down. Right in the middle, and he says, that's better. Dave Alviso, bullseye to continue. Oh, did he? Or did he not? He is high. And Rander Marquez in the championship final, round number 1, takes the early lead in the first match.
Round 1. That doesn't feel like it was just round 1.
Bullseye there from Dave. Bullseye from Rander. Round number 2. Second axe tied at 5. Bullseye from Rander. Bullseye from Dave. We're tied. Axe number 3 of round number 2. Match number 1. Dave Alviso is hoping for and trying to force match number 2 as the B bracket winner. He has a loss on his belt, as we were mentioning earlier. He needs to win this match and force a second best 4 out of 7 if he wants to lift the Wilson Cup. Rander Marquez with the 1-0 lead in this match. If he can get 4 before Dave gets his, Rander Marquez will win. He only has to win 1 match. Clutches have been called. 5th and final axe of round number 2, looking to force overtime. Marquez gets it. Alviso gets it. We go to overtime with a couple of super perfects in round number 2. 27 points scored by both players. No doubters.
For those of you seeing the screen right now, our friends next to us are going to be your commentators for the skills event this evening. So
Bullseye!
We apologize in advance.
On Big Axe, they're having fun. We're having fun. The throwers are focused. They're also probably having fun.
They're having a little fun.
Ooh, Rander. Can't tell, the scoreboard's in the way. A 3 is agreed upon. And that ties match number 1 at 1 each. 1-1. Round number 3. Dave Alviso takes round 2. Tying this match. With his young child watching on. He ties the match at 1. Looking to take the lead now, but Rander Marquez wants it back. He had it. We're tied. And we're tied in round 3. Rander getting a little bit more stoic now. Double bulls. Perhaps just because he's only throwing the hatchet, he's a little more focused with the hatchet. With the big axe, he gets a little bit more lively. Dave, stoic all the time. Just focused, ready to throw on to the next.
Never not stoic.
And on to the next we go. A little smile from each. Clutch is called. Axes switch to their clutch axes. And they line it up here in round 3 looking for 7 points. Rander's high. Dave down the middle takes the 2-1 lead in the match. And a little bit of joking back and forth, but Dave Alviso takes the 2-1 lead in the match. Best 4 out of 7. Match number 1, championship final. Dave Alviso on his way to forcing match number 2. But Rander Marquez wants to change that. Double bulls again. Bullseye from Dave. Bullseye from Rander. They stay perfect from a bullseye standpoint, Jenna. 4th axe, round number 4. And we have not missed the bullseye.
And with these 2 throws, though, it's surprising that last round didn't go to big axe.
Yes.
Like,
oh, yeah. No, 100%.
Rander hit his clutch.
Yep.
Just not enough.
They had been super perfect to that point.
Oh, yeah.
Marquez is going to need it now. Oh, and he's low this time. High on the last one. And Alviso, yes!
Dialed
Dave Alviso now holds a 3-1 match lead.
Both of them still looking cool as cucumbers. So calm, so chill.
Oh, a little showmanship there from Dave Alviso as he looks for some more energy from the crowd, trying to force match number 2. He's still super perfect. He's hit all 27s to this point. Rander has hit all his bullseyes to this point, but he's missed 2 clutches. And that has us at a 3-1 advantage for Dave Alviso as he looks to put this one away and force the second best 4 out of 7 match here in this championship final of the Wilson Cup. And we're double bulls again. 2 axes remaining. Oh, Rander tucks it in there on that close-up. Double bullseyes hit. They're still going clutches. Rander doesn't have to here. But he has the advantage in that it's okay if he loses this. It's his first loss.
Yep.
So that little bit of pressure is off. He can afford to go clutch right now, but he doesn't have to, but they will. Double clutch is called. Rander with that bigger axe, I'm not sure. Dave is good. Rander's good. We're going back to big axe to decide round number 5. And a little bit more excitement coming out of Dave Alviso than we've seen from him.
I mean, when you're at this point, you have to, you got to take a deep breath. You got to shake it off.
So Rander will lead us off here in round number 5, big axe overtime. And that's a bullseye to start. Bullseye to keep this one going for Dave Alviso. Oh, is he low there, Jenna? He is, and Rander Marquez waves on the crowd as he pulls it back to 3-2.
You can tell things are getting intense when both of us are just hunched over this monitor, leaned over the partition, trying to see as much as we can. Just
trying
like
to get closer.
Intense.
Bullseye there from Rander, bullseye from Dave. Sorry, I bumped my knee. Bullseye there from Dave, I believe. Bullseye from Rander for sure. And they are, in fact, double bullseyes there. I thought Dave was maybe a bit low, but he pulled it in, and now he's dialed back in. That's a no-doubter. And a double bullseye there. Both players remain perfect with the fives. Hitting their bullseyes. Fourth axe. Dave is good. Rander is good. Fifth and final axe. Tied at 20. Round number 6.
Oh, Rander's thinking about it.
They are going to do it. Double clutches.
All about the drama, that one.
3-2 lead for Dave Alviso. Rander, I believe, is good. He might be wide, though. Dave is good again. Rander is good. That zoom in, we love the zoom in.
That zoom in helps so much.
I thought there was too much green there, but it's double clutches. Double perfect, super perfect. We're going back to Big X.
Game 6.
Dave Alviso with the 3-2 lead, cheersing the crowd before he picks up his Big Axe. He will lead us off here in round 6, Big Axe overtime.
This is intense.
This is something.
This is palpable.
David Alviso, or Dave, has not missed a throw with his standard hatchet.
No.
He has thrown nothing but 27. That is super perfect.
Which in Premier, like in standard rules,
That's
already
impressive in
hard.
itself.
Yeah, in Premier, insanely impressive.
Super impressive.
He's hit 281s back to back.
Yeah, in a row.
Casually.
Just casually.
Just yeah.
One at a time. Oh, but he comes back with a 3 here. He has struggled a little bit with his Big Axe. That has been one area. As good as he's been, he's left the door open now a couple times for Rander. Rander needs this one to force round 7. And he gets it. We're going to round 7 for match number 1. Down 3-1. Rander Marquez has grinded his way back. One bullseye at a time. Dave Alviso needs to reset here as he looks to remain super perfect with his hatchet and force match number 2. Double bulls, a win here for Rander in round 7. He will be the Wilson Cup champion. A win for Dave Alviso. We go to match number 2. Bullseye from Rander. Bullseye from, oh, we think Sean is going to go have a look. He is good. And we stay tied. That one was close, Jenna. It had come down a little bit. Shauna goes in and has a look.
And when
Says
it's that close, you need to check.
You want
need to check.
Make sure we get it right. As he sinks it in back into the bullseye. Both players on these Elm City Beyond the Pale Woodhouse targets that are just so beautiful in front of us. Nice clean cut. Beyond the Pale target. Clutches to decide round 7, tied at 20. Will we have a champion or will we have match number 2? Rander is good. Dave is wide! Rander Marquez has come from behind. Down 3-1 in match number 1. And Rander Marquez, he got eliminated last year early, but he has clawed his way back. Matt Wilson. What a performance from Rander Marquez as Commissioner Wilson brings him his trophy. What a performance from Dave Alviso. He was so close. His first missed clutch. And what a performance, though. Can't say enough. We're going to turn it down to the floor and let Commissioner Wilson.
Rander Marquez is your champion for Wilson Cup 2023. Austin, where are you, buddy? There. Daddy came in third, right?
As we rally up the top 3 finishers, we're going to leave it down with Matt Wilson, Commissioner Matt Wilson. We see the embrace between Daddy and connects again Dave Alviso and Austin Augusti, our top 3 finishers. We're going to leave it down on the floor with Matt Wilson and let the crowd kind of take this one home for us.
You know what? Can they open them?
And there is Stuntman, who we were mentioning earlier, Jenna.
All right. Okay, everybody. And you say, give it up for your top 3 competitors today. Third place, we got Daddy from Ace Axe Throwing. What a performance. Second place, we got Dave Alviso from Ace Axe, and first place, Rander. Congratulations. Trophy. Now that you're covered in the beer, it's perfect. It's all good, man. Do a little stand in front of it just for a minute.
What a scene we've got down there. We're going to go down to Mark Davis here in a moment to interview our champion, Rander Marquez, as they receive their Beyond the Pale, which they've been looking for all day. They want that championship beverage.
Okay.
As we head down to Mark Davis
Everybody,
with Rander Marquez.
Give it up for Rander Marquez, your international axe throwing champion. Rander, you did it again, buddy. You're a 2-time champion now. You won in 2020. You got knocked out early last year. I mentioned on the broadcast earlier that you had not sat all day long, not sat down at all. How are your legs feeling after the day you've had?
Jello.
Oh.
Jello, they're jello, yeah.
Honestly, that was like a gauntlet. Dave could not stop throwing 27s to save his life, but you made those shots count. I noticed for a while that you were talking, you were hooting, you were hollering, but then you kind of quieted down for a little bit. Did you have to calm yourself down a little bit to get back in the zone?
Yeah, there's a certain point in the game where you have to zone in. You know, first couple of rounds after sitting down for a while, it takes time for you to kind of get your engine going. And then once you're kind of ready and you're in that zone, that's when you got to lock in. So you lock in.
You've been doing this a long time. A lot of people have helped you along the way. Is there anybody that you want to shout out that got you to this second international championship?
First things first, I want to thank my mom, She's in the stands right there. My girlfriend, she's also in the stands, Elizabeth. My friends, the Goon Squad, for the glory of Yorkdale. Let's go.
Rander, I've known you since the day you started throwing. I'm not being an impartial interviewer right now. I'm real proud of you, man. You've come so far, and you just keep doing it. Congratulations, buddy. Tom, Jenna, back up to you.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Rander. Congratulations, Rander Marquez, now a two-time champion of the IATF IATC 2023 Wilson Cup. What a performance it was indeed. We're going to go down now and talk to Dave Alviso. Mark Davis has Dave Alviso.
Hi, Dave. So, am I not mistaken that you threw 2 Premier 81s back-to-back in that game?
That's what I'm being told. I don't know what happened. I just was throwing best I could. So
Have you ever done that even close to before, in a league playoff, in a tournament, anywhere else?
once a long time ago, I did. Yeah, but it's been a couple of years. So yeah, I just dude, you got to turn it on against Rander. I mean, you can't screw around with that guy. And obviously, you saw my big axe wasn't holding up, so I had to do what I could to try and survive, and just wasn't quite enough.
Now, year to year, we got a lot of people who are either new to axe throwing or watch this and become inspired. People are watching you and Rander right now, and they're throwing in their leagues, and they're saying, I want to throw like that. What are the keys besides just fundamentals?
That's everything. I mean, the fundamentals, if I was talking to a new thrower, I would just tell them, keep it simple. You know, the less arm motion you have, the better. Use your legs when you're throwing. You know, in this sport, that's what you got to do. And you know, and just go out there, have fun, do your best, and you know, take the licks, and you know, come back for more. That's it.
Well, you know what? The stressful part is over for you now, man. You know what? You had a good run today. Runner-up, there's always next year, man. But for now, you get to relax a little bit, have some fun with your family, and you got a wild story to tell your kid when it's older, right?
Yeah, this was a blast. I'm so thankful to the IATF and this entire community for just making this one of the best moments of my life. So this was great.
Thank you so much, Dave. Good job again today. Tom, Jenna, sending back up to you for the final time.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Dave, and congratulations to you as well. Second place, what a performance by him. Just a great showing by everybody in this tournament. Rander Marquez taking the championship, Dave Alviso of Ace Axe Throwing in Pittsburgh, and his Padawan learner, Austin Augusti, finishing third. Great performance from the crew at Ace Axe. Great performance, as you heard Rander cheering to the crowd. They brought it back to Canada.
Yep.
They brought it back to Battle, the Backyard Axe Throwing League, and Vaughan, Battle Vaughan.
Yeah.
And we're going to give one last thank you to our sponsors here today. Jenna, take us through our sponsors. As we thank them, we wouldn't have done this without them.
All right. So, again, Beyond the Pale Brewing Company, as you saw our top three douse themselves in the clean cut. Elm City Axe Boards, you saw that target last the entire day. Sandbagger Gin Seltzer, insanely refreshing. I'm going to go crack one after this. Woodhouse Brewing with their lager, their IPA, and their raspberry hibiscus sour. Go get one. And Liquid Death Mountain Water, murder your thirst on a day like today.
I can't wait to get those other options of Liquid Death. Those ones are good, but
Yep.
we need the flavors.
Peach iced tea.
And on behalf of the International Axe Throwing Federation, I want to thank Jenna, Mark, Shay. Who am I forgetting?
Thank you, Tom.
No,
Yourself.
Not yet. We also had, oh my goodness.
All
Steve,
the crew. All the crew.
Steve,
behind
all
the
of our
curtain.
crew.
Yeah.
Steve Melvey, everybody. My name is Tom Black. Thank you all at home for joining us. Thank you everybody outside for being part of the day today. And thank you everybody inside and all our throwers. Join us again shortly. We will be coming back on with our skills competition. The Global Versus Showdown is coming up at 4 p.m. Thanks again, everyone. I'm Tom Black signing off. Jenna, thank you for joining us.
Anytime. Happy to be here.
Take care, everyone.